group stage will start from December 3rd. You will see the strong teams from all over the world fighting for the World Championship. KIC2022 will kick off shortly. Let's witness the wonderful performance of players on the stage of the 2022 Honor of Kings International Championship. Let's high five for highlight.
感觉得扛不住了，开始红我进行了一波绕后的位置，是想踢过来，但是没踢到什么关键位啊。但是阿凯就是不要，太到这一波好，这场再来一枪，还能再收一个。无枪进场，收枪收枪，微博有点遭不住啊！
李毅知道已经没法打了，他得换线，又找到机会了。
其实，闪现回身再拉到太乙，反杀。
张飞直接开，把明天运进去，但凯开大，冲进去，阿里先撤一波，风筝一下凯，先生选择了回闪。这个米兰的蓝进场，先将别人给秒了。
Perhaps you'd understand me better.
这一波公孙离绕后开团了。
是的，和蓝的一波完美的配合。来一口咬进去。
Nothing draws a shark better.
接着上左阳，左阳回头一下。
And the sweet scent of blood.
左阳再一次站了出来，自己还有多甲，再加上明刀，
公孙离来了，
只不过给了一推。
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is in my sight. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one back us down. Destiny is calling higher.
A beam of light anywhere can light up the world. Light, a warm and outpour force, brings newcomers hope. Light, a thought for comeback, gives you an indelible desire.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside.
No matter where you are from, the desire to fight runs in our blood.
You don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally
Everyone long for unprecedented honor. Doing the best is the silent synergy among opponents. Fight, guard, meet the unknown power. Challenge, attack. Rise to difficulties till being famous. Center of the world, shine like the star. Unbowed fighter never walks alone. Highlight will be led by you. Let the world see your light.
it's our time to shine.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2022 Honor of Kings International Championships Group Stage Week 1, Day 3. I'm your caster for today, Isaac Pena Muley.
I'm your caster for today, I'm Nora. And today we're gonna witness the rest of the teams, fill-up teams are gonna show up and do their first showcases.
And right after today, all of the teams are gonna have had their first match. So then we're gonna have to see who's actually there to take the championship. Some of them have had great performances, and after today, we're going to have a clear idea of who's going to be the real contender for the finals. All right. Now, instead of just jumping into the games, let's jump first into a video explaining a little bit about how the tournament is going to work. Check it out.
The tournament can be divided into 3 stages: KIC2022 Wildcard Qualifier, KIC2022 KPL Qualifier, and the main draw. 8 teams from KPL area and 8 teams from other areas will compete in the KIC2022 group stage. For the 8 teams from other areas, 4 teams from Brazil area, Turkiye area, Latam area, and Middle East and North Africa area respectively have already secured a seat in group stage through other area qualifiers, while the remaining 4 promotion quotas for group stage will be decided based on the results of wild card qualifier from November 22nd to 24th. 48 teams from all over the world will fight for points through single-cycle best-of-1. Meanwhile, in KPL area, Chongqing Wolves and Wuhan Esports Pro have directly won 2 seats. During KPL qualifier from November 25th to 30th, the remaining 6 seats will be decided based on KIC points ranking results of other 12 KPL teams through a competition system, which is best of 7 for the first round and best of 1 for the second round. The 16 qualified teams will be divided into 4 groups by drawing lots based on their promotion order. The group stage begins on December the 3rd. After 10 days of grouping matches in the best of 2 double round robin system, 8 teams will advance to KIC 2022 quarterfinals. The final 8 teams will be matched up into 4 groups by drawing lots, and fight for the 4 tickets to semifinals from December 16th to 19th in the best of 7 single elimination system. The semifinals will take place on December 24th to 25th and determine the final 2 teams through a best of 7 single elimination system. Finally, we will witness the birth of the championship together on December the 30th. KIC2022 will kick off shortly. Are you ready?
December 30th. It used to sound like a long time from now, right? But it's only like 3 weeks from now. And December 30th is going to be the final of our tournament. And whoever that wants to get a spot in there is going to have to bring their A game today for sure.
Yeah, actually we can see like our schedule is quite short, and our tournament is going to be end up in the end of December. So like only like little time left for those teams right now.
Very little time, right? Like they need to just completely get their synergy on, try to talk to each other, get their game in the best shape that they can by using those heroes that can actually work for them. And talking about heroes, what about if we just check on the 3 heroes that we brought for today? Miyamoto Musashi, Yixing, and Dunhuang Tai.
Actually, I still remember like these boards maybe have showed up before, right? Because I guess we've talking a lot of like Miyamoto Musashi or Yixing or Dunhuang Tai.
Yeah, and it is very important, right? Like that we just keep just reminding everyone at home what are the meta picks. Miyamoto Musashi, one of the most popular picks that we have in jungle together with Lam and Jing.
A lot of teams show like a quite high preference on Miyamoto Musashi, and also like for Dunhuang Tai and Yixing, rather than just simply talking about their damage dealt or damage taken, it's more like about their like strategic importance for these 2 heroes.
Strategic importance, Yixing can control and Yixing can initiate fights, and his ultimate can actually lock people in boxes. The same as Dunhuang Tai using his ultimate just to do the same, right? Just to kind of suppress one specific hero down.
And speaking to that suppress, actually that remind me about another thing, like we've seen like Daqiao turn up several times. And actually in this meta, the suppression which going to be offered by Dunhuang Tai and also Zhang Liang can, just block them the way to teleport back to home.
So that's going to be a very important hero that we might have today if we get to see Daqiao. Let's see what we have for today. Our schedule is going to be packed with 4 different games. Still teams remaining, other areas teams remaining, still 8 of them. After 2 days of very difficult matches for them, they should be looking like trying to understand a little bit more how the tournament's going to look like, right?
Yeah, especially for teams from like other regions, because we know like from the previous matchups, actually they are quite like suffered a lot. I could like give it to that, right? Suffered a lot. So actually like for these teams, the most like main problem for them is gonna like how they're gonna make progress.
How they're going to make progress, and progress today is going to be the goal for FUTNOVA Esports, Isurus, Gen.G Esports, and Impunity, that they're going to be having difficult matches, especially Impunity.
Yeah, because they are gonna facing Wolves, which gonna be like, actually they're reckoned as one of those most strongest teams in KPL region.
Oh, that's a tough one. That's a really tough one. Well, that's going to be our match 3. First of all, we're going to have FUTNOVA Esports against XYG, Isurus against Gen.G Esports, the one that we just mentioned, Chongqing Wolves against Impunity, and Chengdu AG against Foshan. DRGGK is going to be our last match of the day.
That's gonna be fierce and like quite intense, because both GK and AG, they show their power. Speaking to AG, they already got like 11 wins in a row, and to DRGGK, they already secured their spot during the first round of the KPL qualifier. So these 2 teams gonna be extremely explosive.
It's gonna be extremely explosive, and that depends completely on how the players are going to be performing. A player that we want to introduce to you today, the legend, still playing with us from Wolves Fly.
Yeah, attention, this war is not the end, The very first time that we saw those achievements, those titles for single one, one like players got 2 balls.
Yeah, imagine that since 2017 all the way until now. KPL Spring Champion, KPL Spring Grand Final MVP, Honor of Kings Champion Cup Champion, Honor of Kings Champions Cup Grand Final MVP, KPL Fall Champion, KPL Fall Grand Final MVP, 2018 Honor of Kings Champion, 2019 Honor of Kings Winter Champion Cup Champion.
Do you want to
And it
take a
just keeps
break?
going. It just keeps going.
Do you want to like continue to do it for
Go
you?
ahead,
Like
please.
2019 Honor of Kings Winter Champion Cup Champion, and also like until 2022 KPL Summer Cups, the championship still goes to Wolves.
I know.
Wow, that's insane.
Chongqing Wolves 7 cups, and then Fly has had 7 cups and 6 final MVPs.
Final MVP, so just simply call him as the MVP rather than talking like FFFFF MVP. 6 times.
6 times. When you're 6 times final MVP out of 7 tournaments, out of 7 finals you've played, just shows complete dominance, right? It just tells you
Definitely.
that you are in a completely different level.
Yeah, the statistics, the title is going to be the strongest proof. And now we can see the starting list of the 2 teams who are going to have the first matchups for tonight. That's going to be FUTNOVA play against XYG. Well, for these 2 teams, actually, like for XYG, it's been quite a long time. It's been over a week now, right?
Yeah, it's been a little while since XYG got their spot. They won their spot in the KPL qualifiers round 1, right?
Yeah, play against Guangzhou TTG, and they ended up with 4-2, which is quite good.
A 4-2 victory for XYG against Guangzhou TTG. In that moment, it just seemed like a huge upset, right? Like people were not expecting actually XYG to come in so strong. Let's see if they can keep that performance today.
Yeah, and speaking to their rival today, that's FUTNOVA. Actually, like XYG gonna be the very first, like the hugest challenge they're never ever gonna match. Well,
They have never faced anyone this big and this strong. That's for sure.
yeah, and also we know that like for FUTNOVA, they already been through a like qualifier in their own region, and at that time they win like all those rivalries, end up with like 2-0 or 3-0.
The first game that they lost was this week, right? It was the first time that they actually lost the game as a team. So today, just facing XYG, trying to keep that victory strike, it's gonna be a tough one, that's for sure.
Yeah, so that's actually mentioned about another thing, like in our tournament now, especially we're in the group stage, actually the competition is gonna have a higher level
Yes.
of those competing.
And it's good for them. Come on, it's good for them. Like the only way that you can become better is just by playing against the best.
Yeah.
If you're always playing against people your same level or a little bit level lower than yours, you're not improving. The only way that you can improve is just by coming here and then just facing those giants, head in first, and hope for the best.
Yeah, challenge makes you to like making progress.
True. You need to challenge yourself.
So that's going to be the very first challenge for FUTNOVA, and let's see like what kind of preparation they did for XYG tonight.
This right here, Lost, on your screens. I love the way that Lost played that jungler last time in his match. Like he was very aggressive, and I respect that a lot when you have junglers that they want to invade, when you have junglers that they understand the moment to jump in the fights. Let's see if he can be the same aggressive today, no? What do you think?
Well, I guess that's something to do with like our meta. Like the early game invasion really matters a lot.
Yeah.
Because if we like gave a quick review to the past few matchups, we can see like the team who gonna build the lead definitely gonna be the one who initiate that invasion.
That's true. You need to read the meta, and that's one of the important things about esports. In esports, the patch is always changing, the meta is always changing, so you need to really adapt. It's not the same as in other sports where the rules don't change, where the game is always the same. In here, everything changes so quickly that adaptability is going to be key for you.
Yeah, you need to like fully adapt to this meta. Let's dive into today's game 1. XYG on the blue side, FUTNOVA on the red.
FUTNOVA Esports on the red side, they're gonna have to take one of those bans for Tachiao, that's for sure, no?
That's for sure, because XYG is known of playing really good Dachao strategy.
You don't want to leave that one out there.
Yeah.
Mostly when XYG see who has an opportunity on it.
Especially you can see XYG did a small trick on the first ban phase. They just take away Donghuang Tai.
Why?
To do that suppression, you get like when we're talking about that hero ball, we said like suppression provided by the ultimate from Donghuang Tai and also Zhang Liang can like just block the way for you to teleport back to the home.
So you think that they just banned that Donghuang Tai just to give FUTNOVA the idea that they might want to have that dacha?
And the might gonna be very crucial, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. It's just gonna be a huge might. That FUTNOVA just banned that dacha, banned Gongsun Li as well. And then we're starting to see all the same heroes that we've been seeing the last 2 days.
True, like we've always seen Shen Mengxi and also Zhang Fei. Maybe it's because like these two teams, both for the mid and for the support, is quite well-rounded.
Yes.
They can like do some damage and also they can do some protection.
Let's see what's gonna be the options for FUTNOVA Esports. They're gonna be facing a Lam, Meng Tian, and Mai Shiranui. So that's going to be a lot of danger for that Bomber Cat. Shen Mengxi is going to be under a lot of pressure for sure.
Yeah, true. Because like in KPL regions, like understanding towards this meta, they guess the Mai Shiranui is actually doing a counter pick towards Shen Mengxi.
Yeah, it is doing a counter pick, and I love just reminding everyone at home watching us right now why it is a counter pick. It is not a counter pick because of the wave management, but because Shen Mengxi is actually really fast when rotating, when making those rotations. So having an assassin just waiting in the bush might slow down what Shen Mengxi could do in terms of moving to top lane or bottom lane.
Yeah, because at the end, when you rotate to other lanes, you need to come back. You need to come back to the mid. So though Mai Shiranui was in quite a deficit about like vying for that priority to rotate, but on the other hand, he could just like ambush in those bushes.
Nakoruru, let's go.
Let's go.
I like that. I like that. First damage.
And actually, it's my very first time seeing Lost playing Nakoruru because I've been watching their games before in their own regions qualifier. It's always playing like Kai, UQ Tachibana, and also Lam.
Okay.
It's the very first time I saw him.
It's gonna be the first time that we're gonna see Lost Nakoruru. We're gonna not only see Nakoruru, but we're gonna see Mama Haha. I love Mama Haha. It's like the coolest pet ever.
Yeah, because like the first skill when you like want to dealing those damage to your targets, there's gonna be those Mama Haha just flying towards your target.
Yes, and why would they do that? Why would the player that is using Nakoruru use that Mama Haha first?
Because like once you use that Mama Haha and just mark your target, and then you use your like second ability or your ultimate, gonna double your damage out.
So it means that you need to mark your target first. If you mark your target first, then after you're going to hit, that mark is going to create double effect, right?
That's
so it's
true.
going to create that damage from Nakoruru to actually be online. Without that mark, you might not have enough damage.
And that's something worth mentioning is about because the mark that's dealt on that target gonna like lower your guard or lower your armor defense. And so Mama Haha or Nakoruru used to be the jungler who pick up to deal those front lines.
Yes, but Nakoruru on the other hand depends a lot on the blue.
True, and also like item dependent.
Very blue and item dependent. So that's going to give a cue for right now for XYG to just start the invasion early, right? I can imagine that September is going to just start by invading their blue side immediately. Nakoruru in the early stages might not be able to protect that blue. Let's wait and see what their decision is going to be.
Yeah, actually, when I'm looking to the comp that FUTNOVA just selected, if we're talking to those teams from KPL region play against with each other, XYG might not just invade in the first round of the blue. But I don't know, since like FUTNOVA, I'm not sure. So let's wait and see.
That's going to be something interesting for us to watch in the first 1 minute. What is XYG going to do? Are they going to invade straight up, or are they going to just slow down a little bit, let that Nakoruru take the first blue? Let's wait and see. Look at Mai Shiranui already.
Yeah, just want to do some harass. Use her passive to like tumble in.
She tumbles in. Right now she's got vision of the blue. But City Boy knows that Lost needs that blue.
Yeah, and
That's going to be our
Boy-
first fight in there.
True. And that's something to do with the comp, you see. Like, when you select Shimengxi as your, like, mid lane,
Yeah.
it's gonna, like, sort of protect your early game jungle.
Yes, exactly. Like those kitty bombs are going to deal a lot of damage. That's for sure. Lost, sadly, did not take that blue. City Boy took it from him. I don't know what happened there.
And even, like, both might have been used. But the blue buffs on City Boy.
A little bit of disconnection in there, that's for sure.
Yeah, because since the blue buffs were already on City Boy, that actually gives XYG a sign about how weak your Nakaruru is right now. Ooh.
So that's the cue. They know that Nakaruru has no blue, so they just come in and they're gonna try to take that red. These kind of mistakes from FUTNOVA are gonna put them in their back heel. Come on.
Come on, and Len just came in and they can easily take away this red buff and even want to do some poking damage on FUTNOVA's members.
Lamb successfully takes the red, and that's the cue for the snowball to start rolling.
Yeah, you know, that's something to do with this game, especially when you're playing against teams from KPL region.
Yep.
Actually, like, little mistakes can be tolerated in the game.
No, they can't. No, they can't. Look at that. September already level 5,
Yeah.
and Lost still has not his ultimate available even.
Lost is quite lost right now because there's no blue buff, there's no red buff.
Lost is lost.
Yeah, poor
Sad.
Lost. So sad.
Gonna see 13 seconds for the next buff. Fong in here against Yuto. For him, it's been nice that Yuto hasn't decided just to be a little bit more aggressive. So allowing Fong right now to be farming pretty steadily.
That's gonna be a good news to FUTNOVA. Now we can see DRGGK just back up, want to, like, helping, protecting the jungle.
Wants to help to protect, but Kusia in those 20 seconds that he's gonna have his ult, it's very few that what FUTNOVA can do. They're gonna jump in with the flash. It comes in. Lost is going to be proc very slow. Very Snape is going to fall as well. City Boy is gonna repleague. It's only gonna be Knight.
That combo is incredible. You see, like, with the flash, Limon just the Mai just, you know, tumble in, and with those kind of ability that offered by Mengtian, that's insane, that combo.
It was crazy, just the way that Limon jumps in and then just pushes everyone.
Yeah.
Sadly for XYG, the damage was not fatal.
That's something to do with their hero selection, because these heroes, especially for Mai, is quite item dependent again. So at least she needs to have like one magical item.
They'll need at least one magical item right now. With only 1,500 gold, the damage is not on. Look at that, 3v1, Brock is old. Everyone just moves away. He's still the target. First blood goes to XYG.
And even worse is that once got the first blood, actually Kuxie can just, you know, easily taken down that first tower on the top.
Tower shields have been shattered. Catapults moving out.
That turret is going to fall on top lane. Buff is going to spawn in any second. And right now XYG is just taking control of the resources, taking control of the jungle. It is just the same story one more time. Different characters, same story, same plot.
Same story. And we can see, like, from the jungler side, 9月 has already got like 2 levels in lead, right?
Yes.
2 or 3. Quite a lot.
September already with such a huge level advantage. Look at that. Forces Snape to proc his flash to run away. But September is just on the hunt. Look at him. He follows in. Limong is going to jump as well. It's going to be a 2v1. Snape is going to fall. Sent back to the base. One more kill for XYG.
It's just like everyone just terrifying the mid, and we can see Lost want to find a chance, but here is Lady Sun comes in, a tumble, and got another kill, goes to Lady Sun.
Great detail from Shiho jumping in with his ultimate in the moment that Limong was seeing it very hard to survive. He comes in, the counter attack, they take 2 kills instead of Limong dying.
Well, for FUTNOVA, it seems like the map has already been like divided into 2 different kind of field, you see.
Yes.
They're just being quite comfortable on the bottom.
Yes, but he's not participating in the fight.
Yeah, that's
Like,
the point.
it is true. Like, I would love to see how much gold right now Wang has to check on exactly what's happening. But if he does not participate in the fights, what's that gold for? Look at that replay.
Yeah.
Snape taken in. Ling Meng, as he jumps in, he's facing a 1v2, and that was the cue for Shiho to use his ultimate and provide the shield.
Yeah.
Action in bottom lane, Fang taking very low. It's going to be one more kill for Kuxie. He still keeps poking, using his armor to just like stand there, deal some damage, and not caring about 4 people from the red team jumping in. It's gonna be September, the one that is gonna jump. Ling Meng is gonna be caught up against the wall. He's going to fall, but the blue buff is gonna be for XYG.
And let's see, Sep wanna still like chasing up and get more kills. But City Boy just jump over the walls. Well,
Jumping over the wall is the only thing that he could have done. I think that Kuxie stood there like in a very brave. Like he was stood there like taking damage, dealing damage as well. But I feel like they stood there for too long time.
what? That. Ooh,
A
just
little
like,
bit of a little bit of mistake from Lost.
Yeah.
He was very low, jumping in front of Xiutou, and Xiutou just said, you know what? You want to give it to me? I'll take it. If
I
it is
guess
free, I'll have that. Why
I'll
not?
just take it. It feels like Lost just underestimated about like the damage dealt by Lady Sun right now. I think she's quite like well farming right
Yeah,
now.
exactly. Right now, she already built Master Sword.
Yeah.
Look at that. It's going to be one more time. September is going to jump in. He's going to take on DRGGK that is going to fall. Right now, they're trying to find the angle to jump in. Lost is going to be the next target. He's going to fall as well. It's going to be a 2-0 trade for XYG.
Well, actually now things going to be really hard for FUTNOVA to turn it back right now. We can see there's already got 8,000 gold lead goes to XYG. That's huge. That's significant. The point is like, you see, once XYG got some chances or got some advantages, they know how to like maximize those advantages. And that's what we call like snowball.
Right now, imagine that Xiutou already 6,000 gold,
Yeah.
and then Fang only 4,000. Already a 2,000 gold advantage, only in the marksman.
Yeah, and also I don't want to mention it, but check the goal difference between two junglers. That's 4,000. 4,000.
Wow, 4,000.
That's
We're looking forward for this Nakoruru, right? Because it's a really nice hero. It's a very nice pick. Sadly for Lost, things haven't just worked out for him.
Yeah.
0-4 KDA right now.
Because for Nakoruru, this hero at least need to got like 2 items.
Yeah, you need to have at least 2 items. It means that you need to protect your resources. The early fights, you should not be taking them. The only way that you can work with that Nakoruru in this scenario is just protecting your farm.
Oh, Kuxie just used his ultimate to block away
Oh,
all
good
of the
combo
people.
coming in from City Boy and Knight. It's not going to be lethal damage, but it's going to be Knight, the one that is going to fall. The chain was good. The chain was good.
But the damage-
Sadly, the damage did not follow.
Isn't enough. And that's going to be the point. And let's see XYG using all those minion waves coming up from mid, from top, and just heading to the crystal. And let's check. Want to kill more, want to find more City Boy also being taken down and heading to the victory. The first game goes to XYG.
XYG, congratulations. The boys completely doing what they were supposed to do. Coming in, hitting on the table, and then just saying, this is our place. You shall not come in.
Yeah, and I know like a lot of our audience gonna be like questioning why everything just happened like in a sec. Everything just originated from the very first blue buff, which mistaken by City Boy by Zhangfei.
Little details that FUTNOVA is going to have to work on. They did have a good composition. I like the composition that they had. They had a very nice idea with Nakoruru and trying to deal the burst damage. Sadly for them, it did not work in the best way.
Yeah, it just made me feel like whenever FUTNOVA is in disadvantages or in deficit, they feel like, okay, bro, let's be nice, let's be kind. Like, let's just have more time, let me to farm up. But the truth is, when you're attending to this tournament, to our Honor of Kings International Championship, there's no way or like no time for you just to be kind, to be nice. It's a game.
It's a game, and they came in, they tried their very best. Like at the end of the day, you can see their faces. They're not actually like very worried about that. They're still kind of joking, kind of like smiling, trying to take it as, okay, it's a learning experience, a learning curve. Hopefully from this game, they're going to just take some notes and learn a little bit.
Well, so actually saw those like kind of smiles on their face quite shows they still have a really good mentality, and that's pretty useful and pretty good to those matchups.
Psychologically, they're not going to break, that's for sure. And I'm very happy to see that FUTNOVA, after some months being together, like not a very long time compared to XYG, the experience cannot be compared. But they're still like very brave, coming in and trying to do their best in the tournament.
Yeah, because this is considered as an uphill challenge for them. And also for FUTNOVA, this feeling is quite new to them. Because as we already mentioned, like back to their like own qualifies, actually they just sweep all those teams and made it to the trophy. But now, as they step in our tournament, it's kind of new feeling.
Things change so suddenly for them.
Welcome to KIC.
That's the beautiful thing, right? Like you just keep climbing mountains. You get to the top of the mountain, and then you think that you're like at the top of the world, and then you just look around and you see more mountains.
Oh, I like this phrase.
You see higher peaks just around it. You need to, if you actually want to be top of the top, you need to find the tallest summit and just find the peak.
I really like that point. I'll give you that. Okay, let's see. This game MVP goes to Lin Meng, this Mai Shiranui.
It was crucial the way that Lin Meng played. I saw a couple very nice, very nice plays where he just used his flash combined with his burst damage, pushing everyone back.
And all those like little controlled to like settle the engagement for his teammates to come in.
Being able to use Mai Shiranui and just tossing that fan looks simple. It's not that easy. Again, I'm gonna keep repeating what I've been saying since day one. Mai Shiranui is one of those heroes that are very difficult to play. It's very difficult to play. Look at that. That's not easy. He makes it look easy because he's a professional. But for everyone at home, I hope that you can go online and just give it a try.
Because like actually the distance and how you're gonna eliminate your energy bar gonna be crucial if you want to play Mai Shiranui.
Controlling that energy bar, as you can see.
The energy bar,
here, right?
Yeah.
Like he's always charging energy, charging, and then when he has the amount of energy that he needs to be able to find the crucial moment to jump.
Like the timing is really important for players who's gonna play Mai Shiranui.
True.
Because once you missed even one single skill, it's gonna like undermine your energy bar and don't allow you to even use more skills. That's gonna be the point.
That's gonna be it. You can see, like, I really like the way that the players are taking this game. Like everyone is like very relaxed, like just like checking on it. At the end of the day, when you put the two names of the two clubs in there, like you know that there is a difference in level, there's a difference in skill, there's a difference in experience, but no one is actually taking it in a negative way. Everyone is very positive about it.
And that's gonna be a really nice point to see our tournament, and because like especially for those teams from other region, it's going to be a quite new journey for them to take in. And once they find a stronger rivalry, they just like, all right, friendship, I'm going to be the first. And then I'm going to learn something from you, right? And that's going to be something that we want to talk about, like how fast they can learn from their rivals, how fast they can make progress.
Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. We're going to have 2 weeks because this is going to be a double round robin. So we're going to have multiple opportunities just to see FUTNOVA again in there and then just see if they can actually improve. We've seen already teams improving. We've seen people already taking notes and applying them. But we'll talk about that a little bit more later, right?
And also like double round robin.
Yes.
You just mentioned
Double
about
round robin.
Double round robin. It's just like a tongue twister.
It is a long
double
word.
round robin. All right. So for this format, actually it allows like teams have more chances to gain more points. Even like we're doing like best of 2, that's also going to be very beneficial to those teams.
And that's going to be important just to pay attention to the highlights, right? Like if you really want to improve, you check on the highlights and you try to break everything in parts. Look at that. The way that over there Lam comes in, the way that September uses his combos of abilities to push people under the turret, to use the turret damage as well. That's one of those little details that allow him to be a top jungler.
So actually, instead of anyone else, Lam, who has got those item lead, gonna be the one to engage the fight. And also take a lot of damage down.
Beautiful. Well, for FUTNOVA Esports, they still have one more game, right? This is a best of 2, so that we still have one more game between FUTNOVA Esports and XYG. Let's wait and see what's going to happen. I can predict that it's going to be a little bit more of the same, but let's see if FUTNOVA can actually come with a little bit of details, a little bit of more detailed approach. Maybe they have a surprise for us.
Yeah. Like first thing first, the ban pick phase is gonna be quite similar, but we don't know what things be different during the game.
Let's wait and see. XYG against FUTNOVA Esports. First, let's go for a break. All right, game 2. FUTNOVA Esports against XYG. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, instead of just like talking about those ban pick strategies or something else, I really like those vibes, you see. There's even like a big smile on the coach's face.
Yes. Like the vibe is totally fine. The vibe is amazing. But what do you think is going to happen?
Well, I guess the strategy is going to be consistent with, like for XYG, they're just going to use every signature hero to take this round.
Ooh. So you just think that they're just going to go like, all in, taking all signature heroes?
Yeah. Why not? I mean, like, this is a best of 2. And we are doing like global ban pick.
Yes.
So actually those hero pools quite wide open to XYG. They can just use whatever they want.
But if you use all those heroes that you want, then you might just be given opportunity to other teams to see how to counter you, don't you think?
Oh, come on, best of 2. It's just like best of 2. Like XYG, they've been through so many like best of 7, best of 5. So best of 2, actually that's nothing. The strategy is gonna change due to like different formats. So I guess XYG is just gonna go for it.
Well, let's wait and see what XYG is going to do. Like I'm completely sure that Coach Joshi just asked his boys. What do you guys want to do? I think that this is already like in a good position for XYG. They will respect FUTNOVA Esports, that's for sure, because respect is the most important. But at the same time, if you have the opportunity and you have the independence, why don't you just go for what the players want to do? Let the players decide.
Those communications going to be quite important. Let's see like what kind of heroes that XYG want to play. 沈梦溪 plus Zhang Fei, it kind of gives me that feeling about I'm gonna use the hero that you just used from last game to beat you.
Tigers.
Tigers. Oh, FUTNOVA, give it back. My Lenny, I'm gonna do this too.
Tigers is going for the early game. A very big gamble, very big gamble, because Tigers is very early game, but at the same time, can they play the early game? Can they try to defend their jungle? Can they invade? Can they use Tigers to actually what Tigers is? An assassin, an invader. Can they? What do you think? What do you think Lost is going on with that?
Because like actually Tiger is going to be really tricky for players to do because it's quite depends on those pace. You need to accelerate the pace. You need to lead your team. Whether we're going to go for invasion or whether we're going to taking down those towers, you have a really clear overview towards the map. And that's going to be the key point if you want to play Tigers well. So that's going to be the problem for that jungler who just been put in that deficit in the last game.
Now let's see if Lost can turn things around on this completely different hero pick, right? Like he had Nakoruru before that was a little bit more of burst damage. Right now with Tigers, a hero that can actually deal damage to the turrets. Are they gonna try just to go for a split push as well? That could be another option.
Yeah, because either Mai and also Tigers can do the split push.
Let's see Marco Polo.
Ooh, I can feel like this kind of aggressiveness from FUTNOVA. Even paired with Wei Guzi.
They're just gonna go for pace. Pace.
Ooh, I like this feeling.
A 1-4 formation probably? What do you think?
Well, I need to admit, like FUTNOVA, they kind of have those kind of momentum. Like let's just go for it. Rather go for it or die. That kind of feeling, but that's sort of risky for this kind of composition, isn't it?
I love it. I agree with you completely. It's very risky. Having that Guikutsu option in there just allows everyone just to speed up, just try to ambush, trying to go for the right moment, and you just bam, immediately there, just trying to find on Syuto. Just spotting where Syuto is, and then 3 or 4 people at the same time taking out the marksman. And then replaying. I think that's what they need to play to.
Yeah.
I take one out and then I replay.
And so, that's mentioned me a lot about another thing is about the synergy between FUTNOVA.
Yes.
Because this kind of composition really need to have a tight synergy. Everyone need to go for it, go for a certain single target, and just, doing all those burst damage on one target. That one would be DRGGK, would be 秀逗, but it allows a lot about the synergy.
Now, how is Xiudou going to face that? Is he going just to take them on, knowing that he's got his second ability that can purify, and then knowing that he might have some damage at the beginning of the game? How is he going to reply to that?
Well, first thing, just as you just mentioned, the reason why he selected DRGGK is about the second ability, allows him to purify. And then, good news to Xiudou is that he got a winning lane towards Marco Polo.
True.
So
True.
it's gonna be the point whether he can swap the lane, shop the lane towards Marco Polo or not.
Let's wait and see.
Let's wait and see, because I really like the composition, that kind of momentum, hiding behind FUTNOVA.
They're trying their best. That's we gotta give them that. They're trying really, really hard. They're trying to come up with ideas, different compositions, trying different things. If we play at your game, you're better at us than us at your game. So what about if we just create our own game?
That's true. So let's just wait and see what FUTNOVA gonna do. Especially they need to be quite proactive in their game.
That was close.
That was quite close. They want to invade into the red buff.
Oh, I love this. Look at that, the 4v3 in there, fighting for that red buff. It's gonna be Siho, the one that is going to take it. And look at the reaction from XYG, immediately taking first blood. And then it's gonna be September going to control the red buff from the FTN area.
And XYG want to do a counter attack. They just, get to the opposite field, want to gain more for their team. Wow, I really admire. Oh wait, the
look at that.
Nice one.
I like this. I like the way that FTN is playing. Let's go, FUTNOVA. They're playing really well.
Yeah.
I like this. Sadly for them, Lost is still in level 2, and September is almost making it all the way to level 4.
Yeah, he's already got his ultimate, so just come in and easily steal away this blue buff. Well,
that's 1 minute and 30 seconds of game. It was a completely different thing.
True. It should be like FUTNOVA to have the advantages, but on the contrary, now we can see XYG is trying to be more proactive and find more pace.
Knight being forced out of his turret, he's gonna have to TP back to base.
Yeah.
It's gonna be easy for Kusia just to slowly using his auto attack just to take on the turret.
And just threat you. And we can see September still remaining on the top lane because they know Knight is not in quite a healthy condition. So
they know that Knight wants to clean the wave. They know that Knight wants the gold.
So they just put more pressure on Knight.
And look at that. Lost.
That's the point, once Knight is not in his healthy condition, they won't allow FUTNOVA to re-invade into their field.
Second red buff is going to spawn. XYG has total control over the timing. They know exactly how everything's spawning. They're gonna come in for this red buff as well.
Yeah, they totally know that interval about between how many times gonna last.
Marco Polo is going to be the wild blood that is going to push him against the wall. Then he's going to be knocked down and he's going to be sent back to base.
That's the one we just mentioned about during that ban pick phase, right?
Yeah.
Because DRGGK got this winning lane and they just maximize this kind of advantages and shut down Kuang.
Snake has to tumble back.
Again, good news, they got the blue buff. Bad news, it's not on Tigress.
Exactly, poor Lost. He really wants to have something. He's really running around the valley, just running around the map, trying to get anything that he can. But he's always 1 or 2 seconds late.
Yeah, he's gonna be quite busy, quite diligent about running around, trying to find something. But the bad news is there's like rally monsters left in his field.
Oh,
Nice
look
flash.
at that! The Flash coming in and is going to be taking 1 kill for FUTNOVA. Well done. Flash control from KIC2022.
Well done, City Boy. That's quite a nice movement. And this kind of combo, this kind of pace just slow down XYG's like movement.
They have to replete right now. They already did what they had to do. It's time to go back.
So actually now I can see something happening in FUTNOVA.
Come on.
The engagement actually gonna be their mid with his support.
Look at that. Miyamoto Musashi is going to come in. He's going to lock on Mai Shiranui. Mai is going to fall. It's going to be a power play for 10 more seconds for XYG. They want to take that second tier turret, and the turret is going to fall as well.
And now there's 3,000 gold lead goes to XYG, and here we can see Ata being launched. Nice ultimate provided by Xihe, and they just want more. He just let 3 members from FUTNOVA being controlled during this team fight.
Perfect control by Xihe. Great, amazing understanding of that hero. The minions are going to come, and the mid lane turret might fall.
The high ground tower, they're just straightly heading to the high ground tower and successfully take it down.
He took that one down right now. Look at that. Tigers is being spotted. It's going to be September. It's going to take him a 1v1. But then the other 3 XYG people come in and gank on him. He had no option to survive.
That's something that we're talking about is synergy, and we can see from the gold ranking, even Xihe got higher gold lead towards Marco Polo or Mai Shiranui or Tigers.
Oh, 5 members with a gold advantage.
It hasn't been 6 minutes. That's quite fast.
They're trying to
nice
come
one.
back.
But the problem is, even FUTNOVA want to
Nice initiation. Is going to follow by Feng with his ultimate, but he's going to be blocked, pushed against the wall. One more time, Xihe is going to stand up. And now it's going to be Miyamoto Musashi coming in, taking on Mai. It's going to be City Boy pushed back. It's only going to be 3 people from FTN trying to survive because the super minions are already on the way.
And they really want to use this super minion wave to push forward, to even threaten more on FUTNOVA. We can check where KIC2022 is. Try to slow down, and Ata 1 versus 5. Try to slow down but didn't make it. The second round of the game, victory goes to XYG.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a new record. 6 minutes and 26 seconds. Finishing the game like a flash.
This is quite incredible. 6 minutes. We know, like in this meta, in this game, the protection offered by those towers is gonna disappear after 4 minutes. But XYG just shut down this game in 6 minutes.
Wow, 6 minutes and 26.
This is the fastest game that we have ever witnessed in this year.
And it's not only faster for 1 or 2 seconds, 10 seconds, not even a minute. Full 2 minutes faster than yesterday, Beijing Weibo against Impunity.
Yeah, that's a new record that we witnessed in this year in KIC. We can see like XYG, they just give us this kind of feeling like, all right, you want to do it toe-to-toe? Let's just go for it. You want speed up? We're also gonna speed up.
The Tigers option, it's not a bad one. They were trying to play to the rhythm of the game, right? That's why they played with that Tigers with a KIC2022. They're trying just to really engage early in the game, trying to jump in. Sadly for them, in the first engage that they had over there in the red buff area for XYG, they were unable to take the red buff and they were unable to take a kill. And I think that was a very bad way to start.
That's something that actually I want to talk about, but we don't have like really a lot of time to give to that spot.
Yeah.
It's because actually Tigers didn't use his smite at the first invasion. That's gonna be the point. That's gonna be the problem.
Yeah, they tried to slow XYG down, but XYG just replied back perfectly, right? Like they protected their red buff, they gave their red buff to the support, and at the same time that fight is happening, XYG's jungler just decides to go and invade on the red buff area of the other team.
Yeah.
So it's cool. Like you slowed me down by giving my red buff to my support, but I can just keep up my pace by just taking your red buff.
Yeah, you want to slow me down? I'll just take yours. And so this is how we want to talk about is like if you want to snowball the game, if you want to accelerate, the best thing is for you to attack.
Yeah.
For you to seize the chance to engage or to initiate whatever, but just need to be proactive.
I like that word, seize the chance, right? Like you have a chance, then you need to grab it, you need to take it. That's what they tried to do at the beginning. Sadly for them, this time it didn't work. It doesn't mean that it was a bad strategy. It was a good strategy, but the execution was just not on point. MVP for this game.
西河张飞 37.4% damage taken.
I like the way that Siho played that Tranfei, right? Because it was aggressive at the moment that he needed to defend. He was always there. Look at that gesture. Love that one.
Capture you.
Capturing you in a photograph.
And that's something to do with his ultimate. First round, he guarded this red buff. And check the smite from Lost. He didn't use it actually.
He did not have the chance. Siho was first to him to the red buff. Pushing back, taking the first blood. This one right over here, 3v1, right? Nothing that Marco Polo could have done.
And that's something to do with XYG synergy. Really
Yes.
tight. And this gonna be the key point of this match.
Look at that. Boom. 3 people.
3 people be stunned.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Great performance by Siho, great performance by XYG, showing to us that they're still in that same pristine performance, same pristine
And that's something
level that they were 2 weeks ago.
And that's something worth mentioning about this team. Actually, these 5 members have been working together for such a long time. It's like over 2 years. They rise up from what we call amateur and now into our professional tournament. These 5 members have been together.
Such a long time. Such a long time together. Nothing that FTN could have done. More than just coming in and then just enjoy the experience. Try to enjoy.
But there's they do have quite a few standouts during this matchup, right?
Yeah, like
Try to engage.
if you break the game into small moments, right? If you break the game into those decisions, those 10, 15 seconds highlights, right? I do believe that FUTNOVA had a couple of them in their favor.
Now we can see the team standings right now, and XYG is in Group D.
Yes.
Now they just won another 2-0, so gonna give them 3 points right now. So actually they have the equal points with the WB right now.
Yeah, Beijing Weibo, and there's going to be a Beijing Weibo and XYG. And Group D just taking top lead right now. Good performance by XYG.
Yeah, because actually I'm a little bit worried about, it's been quite a while, right?
Yeah.
8 days ago we saw them play, and that's quite like tight game. And after they show up the first time in the group stage, I guess they're in their best condition right now.
What do you think? Will they be able to perform the same or even better against Beijing Weibo?
That one gonna be, I'm really looking forward to seeing that matchup. Well, for Beijing Weibo, they're doing good right now too. So, I don't know. It's a tricky question. Like even matchup, I would say.
Okay, you think that this is going to be an even one? Well, yeah. Like based on what they did today, I think that they're in a good momentum. From what I saw from Beijing Weibo, they started a little bit not stable, but then in the second game they just brought out their A game. It's gonna depend on that.
Yeah.
But after match interviews, let's see who we got.
Hello，林梦，先来和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 XYG 的林梦。
那今天这个比赛的话，其实是非常快的速度啊，包括也是创了一个新的记录就赢下来了。现在感觉怎么样？
挺开心的。
So the first question was, it's a very quick game and they just break the record. How do you feel right now? Quite happy. So the second one is there any different like playing BO2 matchup format than other kind of format? 我们知道这一次的话其实是在打 BO2 嘛，那你觉得打 BO2 的赛制和打别的赛制会有一些区别吗？
，BO2的话阵容可能都会很强势的。
So the composition that we selected for BO2 going to be really aggressive. All right, so nice game, and we really looking forward to your next matchup. 那感谢你接受我们的采访，今天打得非常不错，期待你们下一次的表现。
Very short answers, the same as very short timing in their game.
Yeah, like we need to match up with the game time, right?
They want just to keep it short, going straight back, keep practicing, keep training. I'm totally sure that after today's performance, even though they took the victory, they are going to just keep practicing, keep training really hard. Tonight, for sure, they're going to watch the video and try to find those little details that they could still polish. Don't you think?
Yeah, because they still have some of those mistakes during the matchups. It's not like perfect. They still need to, like, because the biggest opponent that they're going to face in is going to be Beijing Weibo.
Then that's going to be a match for a second day. But today, our next match is going to be Isurus against Gen.G Esports. We're going to have it right after this break. Game 2, Isurus against Generation Gaming Esports. That's going to be the representative from Latam-Mexico and the representatives from South Korea.
So these are the matchups between all two teams from the other region. And this is going to be the very first showcase performed by Isurus, because they're going to be the last invited team that we were going to witness.
Yep, that was going to be the first time that we're going to see what Isurus has. What can they bring to the table? What do you think?
Well, I've also watched about the previous series that they played. Actually, they were doing like best of 7. And also best of 5 in their own qualifier, which is quite surprising, you know, because that allows a lot about the hero pool. And also they win it in quite a huge advantage. And also in the finals, they defeat their opponents with 4-1.
The coach, right over there from Isurus, Sur Dios.
Oh, that's wow, you're gonna explain it.
Yeah, why not? Let's learn some Spanish, people. Let's go.
Come on.
Sur Dios, there's 3 things that we need to understand from that. Number 1, zurdo, which means left-footed. Dios means God. Sur Dios, the God of the left-footed. But that Dios over there is just with a 1 and a 0, right? That number 10 in Latin America just means that you are the best at something, right? It comes from our very strong football culture. So having that number 10 in there, like the way of saying Dios, it just reminds me a lot of a football player from Argentina, Diego Armando Maradona.
Wow. So actually that short name involved a lot of those cultural background in it and like a huge meaning.
Cultural moment with Moulin.
Yes, sir, teacher. Learn something today.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Let's see what the guys from Isurus are going to do. Let's see. For me, it's super important that Latin America and Mexico are sending players and they're sending teams. I'll tell you a little bit about when I just started just doing this whole Honor of Kings casting. It was in 2018, and then when I used to just share it with my friends back home, they did not have an idea about what I was talking about. And right now, just being able to see that Latin America and Mexico, they're able to just send teams here, like that makes me feel like the game is really evolving. The game is just developing in the right direction.
Being like influential, a lot of teams or a lot of members from all over the world just being engaged in our tournament.
It's a great sign. It's a great sign. Besides just the results, furthermore than just seeing their performances, just the fact that we have more and more people around the world just playing the game that you, me, and everyone watching right now love. That's just a very big step forward.
And we hope that there's more and more people going to be engaged in our tournament.
Let's wait and see. Let's see what Isurus is going to do against Generation Gaming Esports. Gen.G Esports, great performance during the wild cards. Came into this first 2 days and then did not look that dominant.
Yeah, during that wildcard qualify, they attended into our group stage with the 3rd place. And like during the previous matchups played against Hero, right?
Yeah, they played Nanjing Hero.
Yeah, that was a 2-0.
Well, they already have the experience about playing against the KPL teams, right? Like they played against Nanjing Hero. They've got Glow, who's been with us already for a long time. Let's wait and see. Is Isurus going to be able to do something against that? Let's find it out. They're just having direct bans targeting JY.
Yeah, we all know like how great JY is playing with Lü Bu. I still remember this Lü Bu helped them to gain a lot of advantages, whether taking this first blood or doing those like really nice engagements.
It would be nice to see that they pick Xiao Dun as their first pick to see what JY can reply back. But their bomber cat, Shen Mengxi, is going to be the priority.
Actually, Shen Mengxi has a quite high priority in Isurus. And also like Kang, this mid player, he was the FMVP during the finals in Latam-Mexico.
Mid laner FMVP, like it. That brings me back to the 2018-2019 vibes.
Don't expose your age. Come on.
Oh, come on. A man is the age that a man is.
Let's see, like Gen.G just picked Gong Sun Li paired with Zhang Fei. Quite solid.
Normal picks from Gen.G. Gong Sun Li and Zhang Fei. sadly for them, they don't have that Lupu available.
Because we've already seen those Zhang Fei with Lu Bu's combo showed up before.
And they still don't want to pick anything for JY. I love the confidence that they have in JY's hero pool. Like they're just gonna leave it for last. And I know from what Surdios has been doing during the qualifiers from Latin America, Mexico, we know that he's going to target the one player. So probably these next two bands are still going to be top laners.
Then I'm gonna name Xiahou Dun and also Guan Yu.
Xiahou Dun and Guan Yu. I have not seen JY playing Guan Yu in a while.
Wow, when they were playing against Hero, that's the very first time I saw
exactly.
JY playing Guan Yu. And that's great.
Yeah, it was a good performance, but they were playing against Nanjing Hero, right? Contenders for the finals, contenders for the trophy for sure. It was not the best way to just showcase how good you are with one specific hero.
If you're like totally confident with your mechanicals, maybe it's better to just complete a very solid composition. That's gonna be better. Zhou Yu. Well, if they use Zhou Yu as the mid, somehow it means Gen.G want to speed up.
Yeah, but the other team Isurus has Sun Bin. Sun Bin with the flux capacitor then can level down that Zhou Yu's damage. Right? Like it's not going to Zhou Yu's damage is not going to be that fatal. It's not going to be that important because the flux capacitor can just help you out just to walk through the flames.
And also competing the attack range to Shen Mengxi, Zhou Yu has the shorter attack damage, so that's gonna be a problem. So they just change it. Mengqi plus Lao Fuzi. That's a quite strong front lane.
I like it. I like the way that Fuzi plays. I love the way that Fuzi could take on the 1v1 fights against Xiahou Dun. He might not be able to win those fights, but he might be able to stall for a long time. Because we know that Xiahou Dun has real damage, but Fuzi is just the champion of those 1v1s in top lane, right? He might not have the damage to kill Xiahou Dun, but at the same time, he might be able to stall for his teammates to come in.
Yeah, so the point for those melee fight gonna happening on the top would be who's gonna who's gonna fight until his teammate just come for backup. That's the point, because
This is gonna be trading punches for the whole game.
Yeah.
Just waiting for someone to come in to make it a 2v1.
Yeah, because for those solo games, it's really hard to have a kill happening in the solo fight. But the point wouldn't be would be on the top lane fighting. It's more like all those 5 versus 5 big fights, you know.
What's the idea with 6 monkey?
Well, I don't know.
What's the idea with that monkey over there? I don't understand it.
That's the own unique understanding in Isurus.
Okay.
Like in their understanding, if your front line or if your tanks are gonna be really strong, really tough to be dealing with, and then gonna create a much more comfortable environment for Lady Suns to do the output.
All right, so do you think that monkey is going to be played a little bit more as a front liner instead of just trying to be dealing damage?
Because if I checked their previous play matchups before, and actually this Lao Fuzi paired with Mengqi and also Shen Mengxi and Lady Sun is one of their highest winning rate composition back to their own qualifier.
Highest win rate composition.
Yeah.
From what we're seeing from the blue side, that is a very unorthodox pick for people in KPL regions, right? But at least if it worked for Latam-Mexico, we're hoping that it's going to work for the KIC. We're hoping that Isurus is going to come in their first game and they're going to show us what they're made of. And what a best scenario that they have than this KIC2022 and in front of them, South Korea representatives, Generation Gaming Esports.
Because Generation Esports Gaming actually is quite strong and reckoned as quite a good player. So that's going to be the very first challenge for Isurus to face during our KIC journey. Because again, it's different from the qualify and also the KIC.
Let's wait and see. Generation Gaming Esports has a lot of very experienced players. They have very nice players with great dexterity, great mechanics. The way that they play just reminds me a lot of the way that a lot of KPL teams play, right? Like they have a very big influence. The way that they play just shows me that they've been doing their homework for a long, long, long time. Now let's see if they can take that understanding and apply it against Isurus.
And also speaking to that understanding, another thing that I really expected to see from Gen.G is that what have they learned between these days? What have they learned watching like other teams play against teams from KPL region? I want to see like how fast they can to make progress and to let us see their improvement.
Let us see their improvements. Group A is going to be the match between Generation Gaming, Esports, and Isurus. Isurus just showing us that Monkey and Fuzi and Shenmengxi combo. Let's see what those three can do. Can they actually be able to dominate on top lane and in jungle? Let's wait and see.
Well, they bring a totally new understanding to our tournament. I'm really looking forward to seeing that. Go. Let's go for it. Game 1. Isurus play against Gen.G Esports. It just reminds me of like actually this game should be a must-win for Gen.G.
Oh, this game is a must-win for the two of them. Believe me, like the two of them are out there. If they want to have any chance of moving forward, they need to win this. Look at that. Mengeche taken extremely low, all the way to 1/3 of his HP bar.
That's something to do with Gen.G's arrangement in the early game. If we take a good look at those early game arrangements, we can see Gen.G can use those small skill traits to earn themselves a lot of advantages.
Look at that. Bei getting control of the blue buff. It's a 3v2. Foot is gonna come in from behind to make it a 3v3. He still does not have the damage, so he needs to pull back.
And also the point is, Isurus only have one smite in their side.
Yeah, only Sick brought the smite, right? Mengeche trying to coming in with a flash.
Yeah.
Not a very common decision for Sunbin, right?
Yeah, true. Because usually we see like Sunbin carried with Disrupt or what?
3v1, JY is gonna have to flash away from this fight. He didn't want to take that one.
Oh, that rotation, that synergy is quite impressive from Isurus.
Pretty good. Very good. They know that they need to go and help. They need to go and help Futsu.
Seems like they fully utilize the second ability, which is gonna increase their movement speed provided by Sunbin. Really tight rotation.
Rotating to mid.
It's quite peaceful in the early game, since these two teams' composition are not that kind of aggressive or like enough damage can be provided in their game.
Let's see what's gonna happen, right? Because right after they clean the wave, their decisions needs to be quick. The red and the blue are going to spawn at the same time. They need to try to level things in their wave, or this is just going to be a very slow match during these first 10 minutes.
Oh, that's quite different. You can feel that. Even Gen.G, they just slowed down comparing to those like previous matchups they did.
Look at that invasion one more time. Sick is going to try to contest this. Heaven's Origin is going to box him in. Bei's got his ult ready to go, trying to find the right angle. He pushes him against the wall, and it's gonna be first blood for Generation Gaming Esports.
How many skills did Gen.G hand it over to Monkey? They just like use all those efforts they can do, use all those abilities they have.
All of it. They were all in. Mengeche brought back, but it's going to be silence wailing by Mengeche's ultimate.
Try to slow down Wailing's pace, because we can see actually Gongsun now are having two lanes in one individual.
Windar J is going to be ambushed. Two people. He's going to flash out of that battle, but it's going to be the players from ISG trying to come in, trying to support him a little bit more.
We can see just block him on the river, and Susui just want to chase in. 1 versus 3, that's too much.
he smelled blood in there. He thought he could come in for the fight.
He is truly a shark.
He's truly a shark indeed.
The model, the design and inspiration of this lamb is based on the shark. And he's really got those features.
And very similar, right? Like very similar the performance that he's had like with that exact animal.
Yeah. You just smell the blood.
Blue team has destroyed a tower.
Wow, but still, actually, it's quite an even start for this.
It is an even start. The gold is going to be for Generation Gaming Esports, but at the same time, FUTNOVA on top. Even though that he's been forced into some battles, he hasn't died yet.
And even he just take down the tower on the top.
And without that turret, he's going to be a little bit more free.
Gen.G are heading to Lady Sun. Lady Sun has no idea what just happened. He was like,
they just jumped in from the bush.
Yeah.
4v1, nothing that Lady Sun could have done.
Like, I'm on the blue side, and why you people just came from my rear?
Not a nice surprise.
So after this Genki, and actually Gen.G raised up their goal difference to 2,000 gold lead. But the problem is, actually for Gen.G's composition, it's a bit hard for them to deal with the split push that's going to be provided by FUTNOVA.
Yes. So probably Isurus just decided, I'm not going to fight them. I'm just going to split push. Sui. Coming in, he's going to be 5 people. He's going to be silenced, but then everyone is going to be boxed in. The Heaven's Origin is going to take on 4 of the Isurus members, but the damage is not there. Wailing was so far away, and it's going to be Isurus turning things around.
That's some mistake that Sui need to commit. Because even though you've got level lead or you've got like gold lead, but it's like impossible for you to do a 1 versus 5.
Not right now, at least, right? Not right now. We know that for Lamb, he needs to be having a lot of enemies around him. The more enemies around him, the easier that it's going to be for him to stack up his passive. So he might be able to take that. Not in this moment.
Like, it's kind of risky, but in this time, the best solution for Gen.G is just to, do it stably.
See, JY jumping in, trying to control this blue, unsuccessful.
Yeah, since he's carrying the flash for this game. Well, because we know that if you're carrying Smite, you're gonna deal extra true damage to those monsters. That's gonna help you to guard your nice ultimate provided by Wei Ling.
Mengeche thought that he was gonna run away from that Heaven's Origin. Completely mistaken, jumped out of it, straight to his death.
That ultimate, he just used that power soul, push back 2 of people onto the wall.
I like that.
Such a nice engagement.
Using your ultimate just to initiate fights.
Yeah.
Not commonly seen from marksmen, but in here we can see a good show of skill from Wei Ling.
And that reminds me of Ino, to be honest, right?
Yes.
Quite Ino playing style.
He just pulled an Inu on us. Poking on a Winter J.
But to be honest, Isurus dealing it quite well.
Yeah.
And, like, even they have like 2,000 gold in deficit, but as long as they've got FUTNOVA, they are able to do that split push.
As long as FUTNOVA is still in the game, like they can just put some pressure on just Generation Gaming Esports, cannot do a full 4-1 rotation.
Because like after all, the main core, the main idea of playing this game is taking down the tower.
Taking down the turrets. The more turrets that fall, the closer you're gonna be to your goal.
Good.
Look at that, JY. Sick is gonna have to ult out of this fight. Wei Ling is going to surround them. They know that Sick has no ult. The Wild Blood comes in. The Heaven's Origin is going to box 1 person out. It's gonna be a win, the one that's going to pay for Isurus misstepping in there. Sick is gonna follow him as well.
Wei Ling is really in his best condition right now. You can see like how patient he is and how careful he is. He just like dives in using his parasol and deal every damage that he can.
Oh, Wang being spotted by Swayze, and Swayze is going to send him back home. He wanted to TP home, and it was Swayze the one dealing him a ticket back to the fountain.
Because Susu already spot his target before from the minimap. You can see this turn. Actually, Wei Ling's barely out of mana at that time.
Wei Ling was almost out of mana, but it was just the whole Gen.G coordination, right?
Oh.
The Tramface ultimate, the one that stunned people in for the Heaven's Origin to box them out.
And also the ultimate chessboard provided by Kuang. Like Gen.G gives me that kind of feeling like they are really good at doing those big team fights.
They're not bad, that's for sure. Like they are experienced. In terms of fighting, I would put my money on Generation Gaming Esports. But ISG does not need to fall into that trap. They don't have to fight.
They don't need to take it head to head.
No.
The best thing for them to execute their strategy is just playing it smart, just like what Fuzi is doing right now. I really like this guy.
He cleans wave and now he's on the run.
He has like a full understanding towards our map, towards our game, you know. He's doing smart. No need for blood.
Nope. As long as you don't have minions, you cannot push on my crystal.
Yeah, that's the point. So that's the reason why Gen.G, even they won the team fight several times, but they can't just, you know, pushing forward or taking down more towers. It's all because of the Fuzi.
10 minutes and 20 seconds. We're going to get to the Dark Tyrants, and the Dark Overlords is going to be Kank that is going to fall.
Really nice ultimate. And actually that ultimate not only take down this mid Shenmengxi, but also forced out Sun Bing's flash.
Right now, Generation Gaming just needs to move around, control the Vanguard, try to push the Vanguards at the same time, trying to take on at least one of the two high ground turrets.
High ground tower is gonna guarantee that they at least got one winning lane.
That one uncontested.
Destroyed a tower.
Rotation to top.
And also the top tower is gonna be uncontested. No need for Isurus to guard these like second towers.
No, that was actually a good decision, right? Like the second turrets, like you have no reason why to try to contest them. Just let them fall and then just focus on protecting your high ground.
Yeah, and also you're gonna maintain a really healthy HP bar.
The stuns are coming in. The ultimates don't look for the kills. They're looking for the goal. The turret is what the ones that's gonna fall.
Gen.G now is mainly focusing on taking down those high ground towers because they know the less high ground tower you got, the better advantages we got.
It's gonna be a matter of time, no? And that's what they're playing to. Just understand that it's gonna be a matter of time. It might not be in 1 minute, it might not be in 2. But the more pressure that I can give you with the super minions, the easier it's gonna be for them to control that Shadow Tyrant.
And also because of Gen.G has controlled the field for quite a long time. So actually it slowed down the farming up pace by Wang, by Lady Sun. So we can see the goal difference between two marksmen. There's almost like 3,000 gold lead goes to Wei Ling. Quite a lot.
That is significant for sure.
Well, that actually, you know, worth mentioning about another strategy is when you want to do those split push, you need to make sure that you are able to clean up the waves from the other side.
True. That's one of the reasons why when you play the Dacia strat, like you want to have a mid laner that can clean wave quickly.
True. But because of the goal difference, it's quite tricky for Lady Sun or Shenmengxi to clean up those waves.
Look at that, Wei Ling being extremely aggressive, pushing Mingguechi back to his fountain. Right now, the minions come in. The second turret is going to fall, and now it's only the mid lane high ground turret, the one that's going to protect them.
You know, Wei Ling is feeling like he's not using his ability. He's dancing with those parasols.
I love that, the maple dance. That's how that ability is called.
Yeah.
All right, the ultimate comes in. Lady Sun vanishes from the map. It's going to be Mingguechi, the one that is going to follow him after that. It's gonna be 4 people from ISE that are gonna fall. It's gonna be only a Wind RJ, the last hope, being ganked down, nailed down to the ground. The crystal falls. Congratulations to Generation Gaming Esports.
They, using their strategy, they just clear up all those monsters in the opponent's field and try to maximize the goal difference and also maximize the advantages and help them to gain the victory.
It was a matter of time, right? It was a matter of time. I like the way that Isurus came up with a strategy completely different to what Generation Gaming Esports wanted to do. But at the same time, if they wanted to play to that split push, they should have been a little bit more decisive in the first 5 minutes.
True. Like, if they want to execute one of those strategies, you need to do it thoroughly. Like, rather than just, take those, forcing engagement down by Gen.G, they need to, put more stress on those top lane pushing. But they really have another really, significant playing style in Isurus.
Well, it's very nice. It's a very nice playing style. It's very aggressive. They want to take on fights whenever that they can take on fights. Besides that, they're just very smart. I'm just going to go top lane, rotate to bottom, just trying to run away from you, taking the turrets, taking the objectives.
Yeah. So actually, if they want to improve a little bit about their strategy, it's better for them to not, handle all those things to Gen.G. You need to take something, or just, everyone using 大乔 to learn something about that composition.
Yes,
might
exactly.
suit them.
It might suit them a lot, right? Like, let's see what they can do in the game too, right? Because some of those split push heroes are not going to be available. So are we going to see a completely different phase? What are we going to see? Are we going to see a little bit more aggressive, trying to just take on fights, kind of Isurus? What do you think?
Well, if they really want to be consistent with their previous matchups, there's another composition that they really favored.
What's that?
It's Lianpo with Kai or Zhaoyun, and Xiaoqiao play the mid, Hou Yi play the marksman.
Hold on.
I'm not joking. I'm not joking. It's true. They use it and they win it. They won it several times.
Hou Yi marksman,
Xiaoqiao mid lane. True. Well, that's the point. But the key point is they would use Zhuangzi as their support.
Wow.
I
hope to see that combo coming. It's been a while since we haven't seen Xiaoqiao in the valley, so it would
quite
be really
a long time.
It would be really nice just to see Xiaoqiao back again on the meta, right?
Every time when we see those unusual heroes appeared in our games, we would just be like, but really like to see that.
Oh, of course, everyone loves to see those different picks, right? Generation Gaming Esports taking the victory. They took good control of the resources, and at the same time, at the moments that they needed to be decisive, they were decisive. When the turrets needed to fall, they pushed for them and they made some good decisions. Congratulations to them. Let's see who the MVP is going to be.
No doubt. Goes to Gongsun Li, goes to Wei Lin. He's been so aggressive in this matchup. We can see how perfectly he is to use those parasols to dance and damage out upon to 39.6%.
I think that you just caught a very important point from that Gongsun Li, right? Just your ability to use the maple dance to go around, same as you just mentioned, dancing, right? Just dancing around with the parasol and then just dealing those auto attacks. Wei Lin depends on auto attacks in there. Look at that, jumps in, back, gets his passive on, clicks on the frenzy, nothing Mengetsu could have done.
Because once he dealing those normal attack on one target up to 4 stacks, it's gonna deal an explosion.
Stacking up on her passive is just going to be extremely necessary. Look at that one more time. The way that they jump in, Wei Lin jumps in the right moment. Like, he does not jump in early. Like, when he jumps in, like, he just comes in just to take the kills. So it was a good combination between Wei Lin and their jungler.
Well, I'm quite surprised about Wei Lin's performance today. I know he's a really good player, but I don't know, wow, feel like he's already break some sort of limit about himself. He's really brave to show up.
That's very good. I'm very happy for him. Like, he needs to take these games just for that. Build up confidence. Just keep improving. Look at that 100% team fight rate from Isurus, which just shows that they had a very strong and clear game plan. They were always defending, and when they were defending, they were all defending all together.
Yeah, and that's something quite featured in this team, in this single team, because when we look back to like those teams from other region playing this game, actually we have like 3 different lanes. So it feels like everyone's playing it individually.
Yeah.
But look at Isurus. They're just like, all right, we're just gonna fight like a family. Just like, everyone goes for one target.
Family fight. I love that. A very strong sense of unity coming here from Isurus. Let's see what the boys can do. Let's see if they can change things. They were not behind for long. I think that if they want to, they can actually come in and take the victory in this next match. It's best of 2. Let's see what they can get their hands in. Maybe they can come up with a Lupu. If they can get a Lupu and a Tranfei together for their combo, that would be really good for them.
Yeah, for Isurus, if they really want to do those big team fight and want to complete those combos.
Yeah, and changing a little bit the game style. Just change the game style a little bit. Just do not try to split push. Do not try to take on turrets. What about if you try to go on for the fights? Let's check on the highlights of this game. Look at that. The way that Wei Lin just came in from behind, right? Like surrounding everyone.
Yeah, and he's almost out of mana. Like even in that kind of situation, he still like keep doing those damage.
Glow as well, like the way that Glow used his ultimate just to box people in. It was always very accurate. Rarely, very rarely, like he would completely miss.
True.
Just making 6 ultimate just to be completely unable to be of any use. Like Sig tried to use that monkey just to try to go around, try to jump away, but Glow's ultimate just caged him in.
Just cage him in. So actually that's quite accurate, and also forced out those flash several times. So actually, these kind of winning for Gen.G is not only because of like one perfect performance. It's more like those combos that they completed by like all those team members.
Great performance by Generation Gaming Esports. Now, let's have a little break, and we're going to come back for the second game of this BO2. the players are ready, the casters are ready, everyone is ready for this game 2 of a best of 2 between Isurus and Generation Gaming Esports.
And personally speaking, I'm also ready to see Xiao Chao and Hou Yi show off.
That'll be nice. That'll be something really nice. Like, let's wait and see what Isurus is going to do, right? Like, you already mentioned that they have some different strategies available in there. Like, they've got different compositions that probably Generation Gaming Esports don't have in mind. It could be a good surprise that could give them an advantage.
Because we all know that this is the very first time for Isurus to show up, to showcase. So actually, Gen.G knows a little about their opponent. Let's see. Zhangfei. Actually, Zhangfei has a quite high winning rate.
Zhangfei has a very, very high winning rate because in this meta, combined with other top laners and combined with other mid laners, like Zhangfei can just initiate a nice control chain.
Like quite well-rounded.
Quite well-rounded indeed. Let's see. Meng Tian, not available again. I think Meng Tian has been banned in all these 2 games, right?
But Lü Bu's open right now.
Lü Bu's available for everyone. Let's see. Probably it's going to be Isurus, the one that they're going to take it. They do not want to give JY that Lü Bu.
Because we all know like Lü Bu is going to be somehow the signature hero for JY right now.
A very, very popular pick, Lü Bu as well.
Mai plus Kai.
So probably Guan Yun top.
That's gonna be a good choice. But like, I've watched their previous matchups. I never see Elwing RJ to use Guan Yu, so that's gonna be quite a surprise.
And I hope that they're gonna surprise me. I want surprises.
Like they're hiding something, you know.
They're hiding something. Lumber.
Oh, that's just what you just predicted from the last matchup. You see,
Aggressive.
like, we don't want to do the split up push. We don't want to like play it quite small. We just want to do it. Let's fight. Do it head to head.
Completely take your boxing gloves on. Just put them in there. Just go and trade with each other.
Yeah.
Trade abilities. Trade 1v1s, 2v2s, 3v3s. Just take on everyone. Let's make it serious. Just show us if their mechanics are up to the task.
And that's gonna be a really nice game to watch because it's gonna be really like visually stunning. And explosive. Let's see, Gen.G, they take out Tai as their support, so it's gonna like higher up their tolerance, like effort tolerance rate. Because
Isurus needs to keep banning. They need to keep banning on marksmen. They're gonna have the first pick for the second round of picks, so probably they might want to lock in DRGGK.
Well, if they take away DRGGK, that's also gonna mean like there's only few marksmen gonna be left here to Gen.G. And also DRGGK is one of those marksmen who's really good at dealing damage on those strong, solid front line.
So look at that, taking out Guan Yu, they should lock in a marksman like DRGGK, forcing Gen.G against the corner. Marco Polo.
It's like sort of the same because they are afraid like if Gen.G take away the Marco Polo because of those true damage dealing by Marco Polo, that's gonna be a huge threat to Lamborghini.
So Gen.G locking in DRGGK. DRGGK and Titan being a good combo in there. Then the option Lianpo.
Because they want some sort of initiation, someone to engage.
So they need to have that initiation. But the initiation from Lianpo, I personally am not a huge fan of the initiation from Lianpo because it takes such a long time, right? Very dependent on the flash. The initiation takes a long time. I see it more like of a tank just to jump in and suck in damage, right? Like just to kind of like make your opponents just to deal damage on yourself and not focus on your backliners. But in terms of initiation, I don't find Lianpo as a very nice option, at least myself.
Well, like there's like different way of if you want to engage some of team fight.
Yeah.
For Lianpo, it's more like it's good at doing those crowd control. But on the contrary, you can see since Gen.G got Ata as their top lane, it's more like to do those instant engagement.
True.
Suddenly surprise you. But this composition, these two compositions, gonna be really explosive. I show you. That's gonna be like everyone just keep fighting.
They're gonna fight a lot, but let's see from the side of Generation Gaming Esports, who's supposed to initiate the fights in there? Who's supposed to be the one just providing some control?
Well, if that's gonna be TianYun, I guess, with that flash.
Okay, so TianYun with his third hand, right? Like his ability just to stun one person in. So that might be the initiation, just coming in from TianYun, just stunning on one person, trying to come in and lock in on that same, having Ata come in after, locking the way away.
Well, actually, like the playing style for Gen.G is more like they need to rely a lot on those early game invasions, since Ata, you know, like carrying.
And they're taking double smite.
Yeah, instead of carrying a flash.
All right. Let's see. lmpunity is going to take that Marco Polo. Let me see if I got that one correct, because from what I just saw, I just saw that lmpunity is going to take Marco Polo.
Oh, that's gonna be interesting. Let's look and see. Oh, that's true. One is playing Lianpo, and the one who's supposed to play the top lane just using this Marco Polo. We saw this rotation before, right?
Yeah, we've seen this rotation before, but at the same time, it just gives us a very big question. What do they have prepared for us?
Because they definitely have got some meaning, some purpose to do this rotation.
They need to have something in mind, that's for sure. See that JY already invading. He took already the red. And that's gonna force lmpunity just to push back.
And that's just the thing that we mentioned about during the draft. Since Ata is carrying smite instead of those flash, he's gonna be really aggressive in the early game. Try to gain more. And
Marco Polo against Ata might have a big advantage, right? Because of the damage that he can deal. Look at that 3v1, forcing him in, bounces once and twice in the air. Now it's going to be Fake trying to come in with the stun. It's going to be Suason with the damage, but it's not going to lock in.
wow, the control chain is not that full, like allow Gen.G to finish their damage out.
Yeah, great way for ISG to start this game. Ah, look at that, Swayze taking revenge. He's gonna be sick with Invincible Warrior. Now he's on the hunt. He's running through the river. Glow tries to protect him, but it's going to be in vain.
I'm waiting for that blade offered by Sick because of his first ability.
Yeah.
And it do help him to gain this kill. So actually this kill makes Sui put into like deficit. And he was having that 2 buffs on his.
Like he was having a very good start, right? I understand why he wanted to engage in that. Switching lanes, top and bottom.
Wow, Isurus is really doing great in the early game. This team gives me that kind of feeling like even we are in deficit, but we are not gonna play it reactive.
Yes, they try to be more proactive. They want to be the ones making the decisions.
Yeah.
1v2 on top lane. It's gonna be a 2v2 as Faye's gonna come in with the stun. The Imperial Order is going to land in. The kitty bombs come. Seal the deal. It's gonna be one more kill, but it's gonna be right now. ISG trying to come back.
Well, the synergy between Gen.G is quite good, and also those kind of backups also gonna be really like in advance or on time.
Like a Generation Gaming, taking control of the resources. I like the way that Isurus is being aggressive, but they need to do something about this invasion. Something needs to be done about Generation Gaming just coming in as if they would own your jungle.
They want to do some kill trade, so that's why they just all gathering on the bottom and try to get the kill from JY.
Rocking his ult at the end of lmpunity. I would think that was a little bit of an overkill. He could have saved that one.
Yeah, they put like so many ultimate all in for one person.
Well, right now we see ISG actually making the decision to go for the Tyrant.
They want to take down this tyrant to gain themselves some advantages, since the last trade actually was a 1-1 trade for the top lane. Gen.G also take down lmpunity on the top. So actually, before these kind of like small trades, Gen.G still got the advantage. Again, for Ata.
Mid lane.
Your team has destroyed a tower.
Not much happening over there in mid lane. Right now we can see Shenmengxi already buying Mask of Agony. Bad news for ISG because those kitty bombs are gonna be a complete different level right now.
And also heroes from ISG really rely on a healthy HP bar to allow them diving in during a team fight, especially for Mai Svenui.
And that's a good thing about having the long range from Shenmengxi, right? That you can just lower down their HP bars so they're not that aggressive, they're not that confident when jumping in.
That's something we call like poking damage.
Yeah, just poking on your HP.
Has destroyed a tower.
But again, it's quite an even start. Gen.G got 2,000 gold lead, but the point is actually for the comp that ISG selected, they need to wait until Marco Polo at least got his Doomsday.
Marco Polo not going first with a Doomsday.
Because
he goes with Spark Forge Dagger instead of Doomsday. A different decision.
Because in this meta, actually, this equipment gonna be much more cost effective. It's gonna allow you to, trigger that lighting chain effect and help you to deal more damage in the early game.
Let's wait and see. The blue buff is going to spawn one more time. 6 gonna try to defend it, but it's gonna be 4 people from Gen.G trying to invade.
Well, he's quite tough. This is a tough guy with his ultimate. Oh, but it seems
The
like...
smite was early.
Yeah, the smite is early. Like, everything's perfect until he used that smite a little bit early.
Gotta practice a little bit more. The timing for that smite.
And you need to calculate those numbers. You need to count down how much HP bars left, and you need to
It takes time now.
know that time. Now you can see Gen.G try to speed up. Willing got his Doomsday, and they try to push forward and put the mid lane under pressure because the mid lane is Mai Svenui.
They know that right now is their strongest moment, right? Like right now in these 7 minutes, they've got already an advantage. DRGGK already has Doomsday done. Look at that, they're going to come in, but the damage is going to be wide.
And again, taking away this red block. Now Sui trying to find a chance, force out the ultimate from Marco Polo. Once the ultimate is forced out, ISG had no measure for them to deal those fatal strike.
Has destroyed a tower.
Just need to wait until the cooldown is ready.
Waiting and waiting. Look at Faye, just going in, getting the vision.
Oh,
that kind of information is crucial for Gen.G, no?
And Faye's really doing great. The last matchup, he was playing Zhangfei, this time Tai Zhenren. He really gained a full vision control for Gen.G and allow his marksman, allow his members to be more aggressive.
One more blue buff for Gen.G. It's already 2,500 gold advantage for them. The kitty bombs come in. That is gonna be sick. Push back. The Armageddon puts 4 people on there, but the damage does not follow.
Mai is just giving those threat towards the back laners and use her fan. What? Wait.
Team has slain an
What?
enemy.
He didn't need to use that flash.
Nope.
Wow, that's gonna be really bad news to Isurus because flash is quite important to Mai Svenui.
It's 120 seconds cooldown.
Yeah.
You need to use it just in the right moment. Procs his flash, then at the end it just ends up dying as well.
And once Gen.G acknowledge about, okay, your flash is in cooldown, they're just gonna be fearless. Because no threat gonna come back from the rear.
And fearless they are as they take one down. And that right now the second tier turret is going to be the target. Look at Swayze trying to come in from behind. He procs the mirror domain, and right now he's a hunter, but it's gonna be Marco Polo setting him down.
He's like overstepped a little bit. Like for today's performance, Swayze is being a little bit like flagrant, you know. Always want to do something.
A little bit more, no?
Yeah.
Love the confidence.
But he still need to calm down a little bit.
He already has like at least 1,500 gold difference with everyone else.
Now I see.
He knows he's got the items. He knows he's got the gold.
So why not?
Why not? And Getch is gonna use his flash proc with his Armageddon, but then he's gonna be put in a horrible position. Faye is gonna try to follow him. The resurrection given to DRGGK that is going to step one more time. It's gonna be 1v2. Kai is gonna try to find him. He flashes through the wall. It's going to be unnecessary because he's still going to fall. The mirror domain comes from Swayze. The damage is not going to be lethal. Trying to find the right angle to come in. The kitty bombs push Sick back. Swayze following as he's going to be Elwin RJ taking the kill.
Oh, we can see from this team fight, Isurus is doing it really smart.
Yes.
They just use this like quite complete, quite tricky landform and try to like seduce Gen.G to go further, to get more, and to seduce them.
I thought that Swayze could have the damage because when he procs his mirror domain, I thought that he could just come in and start just taking everyone.
True.
Mengeche, the fact that he's still available to come back, that was critical for that. Look, he even went back home and came back to the fight.
So that's actually the second round for him participating in this team fight. Like even more, he's the one who's gonna provide the strong front line. So that's like a really nice news goes to ISG.
All right, let's be happy about this. We've got ourselves a game in hand. This is gonna be nice. Now Isurus is gonna make that huge comeback, trying to level a little bit more the goal deficit that they had against Gen.G.
Yeah, and to be honest, from this start, things gonna be interesting from now on.
Yeah, let's wait and see. Let's see what Isurus can do. For sure, right now, the junglers and marksmen from Gen.G are not going to be that aggressive as they were being before, right?
Because they already pay for it. Like for those previous movements, they're being like so flagrant, just overstep a little bit, and they just pay for the price. So.
Overconfident.
Bullshit. Yeah. Don't
Kitty bombs come in, Sick procs his ult, he's gonna have to run away.
And good news to ISG is like Kang's items quite good, and also like Marco Polo's items quite good.
Look at that, everyone's eyes are on the mid lane, but the Vanguard's already on bottom lane, putting some pressure on the turrets for Gen.G.
So ISG don't need to worry about the bottom lane. They can just do some brawls on the top, because they know that one of your members at least need to clean those waves on bottom.
That turret is going to fall.
Oh, ISG. I kind of feel like loving this team right now. This resilience and those like keep fighting, keep finding those chances.
Yeah, a very resilient team.
Oh.
Ominous Premonition, the item option from Wang.
Is ready. Oh, nice ultimate.
Nice ultimate. Let's see if the damage is going to follow. Elwind is going to have to ult away from the battle. Wailing has a good angle, but Swayze is going to be taking so much damage from everyone now. It's going to be Wailing coming in to take revenge. It's going to be a 1-1 trade.
You know, every team fight just happen in those complicated landform, offered ISG a quite nice environment to help them to, you know, just surround Gen.G.
Yes, exactly, because the kitty bombs come in, but then Mengeche's Armageddon is just available. It just breaks everything in two.
And one thing of note is that Lianpo's ultimate actually blocked away DRGGK. So DRGGK actually had no spot for him to do those output. But on the contrary, Marco Polo is doing great.
Gen.G, one more time. The pig spin comes in. The Armageddon is going to try to save Six. Six is taking damage from everyone. He's very tanky. Look at that. The man does not want to fall, but the kitty bombs are going to take him away.
Oh, and the ultimate for Marco Polo has been forced out. There's even minion waves on the top. ISG need to pay attention on the top guard high ground tower. They need to clean up the waves, restore those HP bars. Things goes well.
Someone from Gen.G needs to go and clean the wave from bottom. Like that wave is just giving me so much anxiety right now. Every time I see the bottom, like it's always minions. Sure hit for DRGGK at ×7. It's going to be the high ground turret that is going to fall. And now it's time to replete.
This is gonna be a really nice thing for Gen.G because they already taken down this high ground tower on the top, and they're gonna gain a lot of vision control. And ISG, they just don't want to get this dragon so easy. I want to threat you. I want to hand over you.
It's gonna be the Overlord that's gonna go for Generation Gaming Esports. That's gonna solve their bottom lane deficit problem, right?
True.
Like every single time, like I just saw them like so focused in mid lane, so focused on top. And then I was just like, really, I wanted just to send them a message. Look at your bottom lane.
We have 3 lanes, come on.
Stress. Stressing me out.
Oh, they wanna like double it. Got 2 dragons.
Double dragon.
So actually this is gonna be the best time for Gen.G to take down this high ground tower on the bottom.
Yeah, look at the rotation, right?
It's the best time for them.
Kitty bombs come in. Wang taking extremely low. He's gonna have to go back to his fountain, try to get back his HP. Look at Kuang trying to find the right angle to jump. Trying to find Glow. It's going to be Swayze, the one that's going to be spotted. And it's going to disappear. Skank is going to take him, but then Glow is going to take revenge. The turret is going to fall. It's going to be a 1-1 trade.
1-1 trade, and Gen.G want to use the strongest Vanguard. They want more.
Gotta be careful. And Win has his ult. He could proc it at any second. He's still trying to do some more damage with his auto attack.
And
Wang is going to fall.
But also,
hold into it.
We can see Marco Polo trying to do something, but there's still minion waves in the mid. He needs to be careful. He
needs to do something, but look at that. He holds it for too long. It's going to be sick. The one is going to fall. The crystal's going to follow. Generation Gaming Esports takes the victory.
Going through so many difficult big team fight, but the victory eventually goes to Gen.G. We can see actually for today's game, Gen.G really want to like first prioritize the mid, and also they really want to do those big team fight. It's quite like hard for them, but they eventually made it.
Good performance by Isurus, right? Like they came in and they showed us a completely different face.
Isurus, I need to admit that it's quite impressive for me because today's gonna be the very first match we see Isurus showed up, and they actually showed us 2 different playing styles, right? One for doing split up push and one for how they're gonna do those big team fight, and they're quite potential.
The way that they played it was really nice. Like they came in and they knew that they had an option against Generation Gaming Esports. They knew that they could fight. They knew that Generation Gaming Esports was not that much superior to them. There were some moments in the game where actually Isurus had the upper hand. Trying to build on that, hopefully this was just their first presentation, and then as they move forward, we're gonna see more and more from them.
So that's why I call them like quite potential. Actually, this is the very first team that I have this kind of image towards. Like Isurus, they're quite potential, and I'm thinking about since the time just passed by, and maybe they're gonna do it better.
So you think that Isurus might just start growing game after game after game?
So since we're doing this double round robin, so the next time when we see these 2 teams play against each other, it's gonna be different. I had that kind of feeling.
I like that. Well, let's wait and see what Isurus can do. Generation Gaming Esports taking this victory. It's going to be 3 points for them. They're going to be vital in their try in their challenge to try to make it to the next round.
Because Gen.G actually they are in Group A, right? These two teams are both in Group A, and we all know Esports Pro is also in Group A, right? Nanjing Hero is also in Group A, so like the pressure offered by these two teams is going to be huge.
It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough, but well. Generation Gaming Esports doing a very good performance, just coming in, taking that victory. The way that they pushed on high ground was very important, was very impressive, is the way that they were able to control things. Isurus won a fight right before that. And then everyone just thought like, okay, maybe Isurus can turn things around, but then Generation Gaming Esports very quickly just rounding them and then just taking control of the game one more time.
Yeah, though there's like some mistakes happened during the team fight, but eventually the result happened quite good.
Now, the way that Sui just overstepped a couple times, right? The way that Jing just tried to jump in too early, it was something that they need to think about. I don't want to be pointing fingers or specifics, but I would say that the way that Sui played on that Jing is something that they need to kind of think of.
Yeah, and on the other hand, if we need to like highlight some people from Gen.G, I would name Glow and also Wei Ling. These two members are really doing a great job today.
Of course, Glow is very experienced. One of the most experienced players that we have from the other areas, and we're looking forward to his performances. MVP, Bei.
We can see like for this Tai, the point is like he's doing a really nice crowd control using his ability.
Like, and again, like I don't think that it was just like his performance on this Thai tournament, but it was his performance in game one with his Tranfei, right? I think that it just accumulated points from the previous game into this one just for the MVP to be given to him. The way that he started this fight in there, amazing.
We can like recheck it from our highlight. Actually, from these two big team fights happening in ISG's field, that's some problem that Gen.G need to solve.
The field was better for ISG, right? And look at the way that Bei jumps in there.
Using Flash, I remember this.
Waiting there, Flash comes in, knocks, stuns 3 people at the same time.
Because we already like talking about who's gonna be the one to initiate, who's gonna be the one to do those control, and Bei said, okay, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
I'm up for the task. I can just take my Thai trainer and use my third hand and just find the right moment to come in. Congratulations to Bei on just collecting one more MVP.
So actually from these two games, we can see for these two teams, Isurus doing really great, and for Gen.G, they won it like 2-0, but if they want to go higher, if they really want to go to what they just mentioned before our interviews, like they want to make it to top 8, they need to solve a lot of problems.
They still need to polish a lot of areas that they're not still shiny enough, right? Like that's the thing. Like whenever that you are working on a team, you have a strategy, you have a system, and you just need to try your very best to try to polish it to the best level, to the best levels possible. You see it as a process, right? It's gonna be a journey.
Yeah.
Paying attention to Group A, Wuhan Esports Pro 3 points, Nanjing Hero 3 points, Gen.G 3 points as well. Only that Gen.G has already got 2 games.
Yeah, and that's something like worth mentioning is because like from these 4 groups, 4 teams for each group, and only top 2 gonna make it to the next stage.
Only top 2, so it's gonna be Generation Gaming Esports and Nanjing Hero right now that they're tied in 3 points with both of them 2 presentations. The ones they're gonna be trying to fight in there for that. Isurus still has a chance. Let's wait and see what they can do in their next matches against Nanjing Hero and Wuhan Esports Pro.
Yeah, because it's something they need to face, and they need to quickly solve all those like things or polish themselves.
They need to do something, right? Like, and they know that they cannot just prolong that for longer. After match interviews, let's see who we have with us.
네, 안녕하세요. 먼저 여러분에게 인사 부탁드립니다.
안녕하세요. 젠지팀 미드라이너 글로우 이진영이라고 합니다.
네, 반가워요. 그럼 오늘 깔끔하게 게임을 마무리하고 지금 소감이 어떻게 되시나요?
저희가 원하는 대로 상황이 흘러간 거를 맞춘 거에 기쁨을 누리고 있습니다.
네. So the first question is, after they win it as 2-0, how do you feel right now? He just said it's just like what we think. So actually, we're having like a much more happier states right now. 네, 그럼 사실 다음 게임을 이스타랑 만날 거예요. 그럼 어느 식으로 준비하려고 합니까?
네, 이스타 프로팀이 KPL에서도 그 최강의 팀 중 한 명이라고 생각하기 때문에 그리고 그만큼 이제 이스타 프로 팀에 대한 정보도 많기 때문에 그런 정보들을 하나씩 대회 리플레이나 이런 것들을 확인하면서 이길 수 있도록 최대한 노력하겠습니다.
네. So the next question is like next matchup they're gonna play against E-Star, and what kind of preparation that you guys did? And Glow just said like they know E-Star is reckoned as the most strongest team in KPL region, and they watch a lot of those records from E-Star and say they want to try their best to hope they can win it. 네, 감사합니다. 인터뷰 주셔서 정말 감사합니다. 네. So really happy to like hear this kind of, power. Like,
Yeah, of course.
We know they're strong, but we'll just go for it.
What else can you do? You're here to play against the best.
True.
If you're gonna play against the best, the only thing that you can do is just to take them on head first and just hope for the best. Hope for the best.
Hope for best, because we all know like these 4 teams, only like 8 out of 16, right?
8 out of 16. All right. Next game, we're going to have Chongqing Wolves against Impunity. Let's wait and see what they're going to bring to us. Let's have a little rest and we'll be back.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fall.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be our game 3. It's going to be Chongqing Wolves against Impunity. The summer season champions are going to take in on the South Asia representatives.
Oh, I assure you, ladies and gentlemen, the next 2 matchups gonna be insane. Like for Wolves, as you just mentioned, they lift up the trophy for the Summer Cup.
Yes.
And for Impunity, they are actually reckoned as maybe like the most strongest team from the other region. Right? So, and
Impunity and Scars, both of them, like they had very good presentations in the wildcard stages, right?
yeah, like for Impunity, they entered into this group stage from like the 2nd place. And also they're doing it really good, but today's matchup gonna be the very first time played against with teams from KPL region.
Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. Impunity had an amazing performance in their first game, right? Like they played so well. They were like so dominant. And right now they're gonna have to just show exactly the same against Chongqing Wolves. And that's not gonna be any surprise for this man in there on the screen. That's gonna be X7 Xiaoqi. He's played against Wolves before. Like he knows what is there. He knows what they're gonna come to. Is he gonna be able to come up with a strategy to stop the Wolves? I don't know.
But I hope they can bring us something different, you know, something like extremely intense. And that's something we're really looking forward to seeing too. And there's something that we need to highlight is the top lane fight.
Oh, top lane fight. Who are we gonna have on that top lane match?
Fly play against Axing.
Axing is already in the big leagues.
Yeah.
He's gonna have a 1v1 against the legend.
And
is he gonna be able to take that? and even if he cannot take that, just the fact of being in front of the one and only Fly, I'm so sorry, like that's already like a huge experience.
Fly is going to be one of a kind in our KPL region. And I think due to this previous interview, he said Fly is the one that he mostly want to play against with.
Merry Christmas! Here you are. That's your present.
Yeah.
You called for it, and right now it's gonna be right here.
Fly is, I'm coming. I'm
All
coming for
wrapped
you.
up. Let's go. It's time for you to unwrap that, and let's see what you can do in that 1v1 match against Fly. Now we're gonna have Xiao Pang as well in the jungle for Chongqing Wolves, right?
Yeah, Xiao Pang is dominating in the jungling passing, like jungling playing style. You know, Xiao Pang's, I would say he's the best. Personally speaking.
That's a huge debate, right? Like everyone online has different opinions.
True.
I do believe that it's a very difficult title to give to someone. As of right now, there's so many good junglers in our league, right? Like we've got Xiao Pang, we've got Huang, and we've got Wang. Like they're top of the top. In a good day, anyone could be better than the other. So I don't see exactly a determinant factor that could tell me, okay, this man is the best. I would say that depends on the day. On some days, it's going to be one. The other days, it's going to be the other.
Yeah, that's true. Like, there's no like true statistics show up like who's gonna be the best. It's more like due to their conditions, where like everybody have different perspectives. Well, but for Wolves, we need to say something is that it's been over 2 months to see Wolves play again.
It's been 2 months.
It's quite a long time.
Been a while since last time that we saw Chongqing Wolves. I know that the fact that we don't see them doesn't mean that they're not working, right? I'm totally sure that they've been there practicing, training.
Definitely.
Day and night. Really looking forward for this because I know that Chongqing Wolves, anything but making it to the final would be a huge disappointment for them. So group stage for them is just one step in the right direction, one step towards their goal. Their goal is going to be the trophy. Anything but the final is going to be a disappointment for them. So, their first task, take on Impunity. Let's see what's going to happen.
Impunity on the blue side. First, lock of Mai Shiranui.
Not allowing Xiangyu that much Shiranui. Probably they want to take Shenmengxi, right?
Yeah, because we can see Impunity really, Shenmengxi is quite a favorite option for them. And also Zhouyu. It seems like XQ is really good at doing those, utility mid.
It is very difficult for impunity when you come in front of like Chongqing Wolves. What do you do? How do you ban them? Like, what are you gonna ban? It's impossible to ban all the heroes that could be a threat for you.
Yeah.
Do you want to push them in the direction that you want to go? What do you think? What do you think? If you would be the coach from Impunity, what would be your strategy?
My strategy is try to cheer up my my teammates, and that's it. Because you can't just depend on one single ban pick phase and try to lock down Wolves. That's impossible.
Hey coach, what are we gonna do? Just cheer up.
Yeah.
Be happy.
It's just like we are doing best of 2, right? So best of 2, that also means a lot of heroes gonna be wide open. So actually Impunity also gonna have what they want. So the point is gonna be how they're gonna execute this strategy.
All right, look at that. Sun Bin as an option for support. Vision is going to be for Chongqing Wolves.
True.
At the same time that probably with that Fate that's gonna take a smite, early invasion is gonna be an option for Wolves as well. How is Impunity gonna defend the resources in that first minute?
Well, the better choice would be Ata has been banned away. Maybe Xiaohodun as their top lane to secure the top lane vision or top lane priority.
So trying to find a hero like Xiaohodun just to try to protect in the early stages.
Yeah, because once your support is unavailable to provide the vision control for you in the early game, the best thing to do is to build up a really top winning lanes for 3 lanes.
So try to get an advantage in top lane so you actually don't need that much of that vision support.
Yeah. Oh, Mengtian.
Done. What are you gonna pick against that? There's no option right now in terms of top laner that could be a threat for Mengtian. The only one would have been that Ata, but
or Lü Bu.
Yeah. How do you see that?
Well,
enlighten me.
First Lü Bu is gonna be the counter pick for Mengtian.
All right. Because
the more target he has, the more shield he can gain from the targets. And also you can see the front lane from Wolves going to be really tanky.
Okay.
Mengtian and also Zhang Fei. So Lü Bu with his true damage, he's going to be invincible in the late game.
That's the late game. And I was going to just jump on that one, right?
I was
going to
jump on. Just waiting for this phase.
No, it's because I understand what you mean.
Yeah.
And it makes a lot of sense. Come on, if I can just use Lü Bu and then I can just get more shield because of your generals, amazing. That sounds like an amazing pick. When is that going to happen? When is actually Lü Bu going to be able to? We're talking about after 10 minutes. We're talking after 12 minutes in the game. Is the game going to make it to 10 or 12 minutes? We've seen games finishing at 6, 7, 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Are we going to make it to 10?
That's the point. So that's the point. How gonna Impunity made it to the late game and the main character, which gonna be put under the spotlight, will be Zhou Yu.
I'm totally sure that everyone watching us at home right now have a specific opinion about this discussion. So share with us, just put it right over there. Share with everyone else that is watching, what is your strategy? Come on, just take a minute just to type it down. Tell us, what should they do? Share your wisdom with us because we know that Impunity has been given a very difficult test. Help them out. Put it in there. Show us on the screens.
Leave your comment.
Come on.
Well, for Impunity, Zhou Yu is going to be really vital in the early game. And they need to make sure that the synergy is going to work out quite tight. Because as long as they lost the vision from Wolves, Sun Bin is going to be really dangerous.
True. I think that Impunity is really playing to the late game, right? Because that combo with Sun Bin and Lü Bu after 16 minutes, that's going to be trouble for Wolves.
And you know what surprised me a lot?
Yes, please.
Is the last pick that Wolves done. They picked Garo.
Garo. The range that you can get from Garo, right?
And that Garo would be just a very good option just in case that we make it to the late game.
Just in case.
Just in case.
That's the point that surprised me a lot. Like Wolves, they're always showing their aggressiveness. But once they're playing against with impunity, they try to secure somehow about their late games. It's sort of respect.
And that's the main difference between good teams, great teams, and amazing teams. Those amazing teams, they always show so much respect to their opponents that they do not leave any options in the air. And that right now, Chongqing Wolves is just telling us, you know what? If we make it to the late game, Garo is going to be our option.
Yeah.
In the case that we make it there.
And even more smart is that using Garo as the defensive marksman, put him on the bottom, he's gonna be totally okay to deal with Gong Sun Li.
Yes.
That's the point. Like they just shut down that kind of idea that impunity want to build the bottom lane as a winning lane, and they just shut it down.
Let's wait and see what Bei Dao is going to do against Flower.
Yeah.
Flower has had some very good performances, but right now, again, as we just said, these are the big leagues. This is the big boy table. You gotta see it right now, and I hope that you're gonna bring something to it, because impunity is facing Chongqing Wolves right now. Ladies and gentlemen, first game of our BO2.
And we can see already put those top laners under spotlight. And these coaches has already done their best. So leave the stage to those players.
Leave the stage to the players, and there's the ones that they're gonna be holding the consoles, holding the phones.
Attention to Smart carrying from Wolf side.
No invasion I can see from Wolves. I can only see Fan jumping in, trying to get the vision. We know that they're gonna try to control the vision. They know right now that TianYun started on red. He's gonna make his rotation up to top lane, trying to stop Mengtian from taking on Liu Bu.
And we can see this jungle efficiency. Lam is much more faster than Jing.
And he decides to go for Jing's blue.
Alone. Come in.
Look at that, he comes in. Zhao Pang knows that he's a force to be reckoned, show some respect, force TianYun back, and right now it's gonna be the 4 people from Chongqing Wolves coming in to clean house.
They're just gonna clean up the field and even want to take another kill from Ashin. Flash being forced out.
The target was the blue. They took the blue and the cheetahs. Pang that sees Ashin as a target. He is very low, but he's not gonna overstep.
That's something that we pre-talked about the jungle, about Xiao Peng.
Yes.
He's just like doing it alone, individually, trying to like get invade into the opponent's field.
And look at that, he knows that he's got 4 right now. Comes into mid. Let's see what they can do in here.
As long as Wolves guaranteeing their priority of the mid, they can have a higher, like quicker rotation. So check the bottom. Zhang Fei now is like gained fully control of the Riverside vision.
He got control, but look at that, it's going to be Pang, the one that is going to join us here. He's going to take on X here, taking very low. Megumi cannot save him, it's going to fall.
This last thing that Sun Bin can do during the first like early game engagement, the cooldown's quite long and also the protection's quite weak.
That's one of the reasons why we say that Sun Bin is a late game hero, right? Because of the cooldown. You need to have the cooldown reduction items done for your second ability to be always online.
Yeah. And since he's playing as a support, so that's gonna like spend a long time.
Yes.
But X-Hero's playing quite smart. He saved his flash. He know that he was doomed at last game, so he just saved it. That's quite smart.
Asing being pushed against the wall. He's going to jump in with his ult, but it's going to be useless as he's going to fall. Right now, it's going to be the blue that is going to be open for Wolves.
The early game's quite torturing for impunity.
Yes.
Just as we've mentioned, once they paid out as Sun Bing as their support, that also means the early game is going to be really painful.
Very difficult for them, right? Like, as long as TianYun can try to protect his jungle, like, they will have a chance. Look at that fly being so decisive.
And I think I like this ultimate because he can use this ultimate to escape away. But Ashin was like, no.
He should have escaped away.
Oh, that's true.
He should have escaped away. There's TianYun on the bomber cat on the other side. Like, as soon as you fall, the kitty bombs are gonna come in and take you down. What's a good option for a counterattack? If they would have had a different mid laner.
Oh, true. And also, actually, wolves are not doing those solo lane fights. You see, they're actually moving quite fast. And now Fly just rotate to the front and gain more vision compared with Zhang.
Look at that, the whole rotation to bottom lane, trying to surround and Fly procs his ult, combined with Fan, they take one person down. Megumi is going to fall as well, then it's going to be the falling god from Asin jumping in, then it's going to have to flash away because he was completely wide on that ult.
Yeah, we can see wolves totally just tear up Impunity right now.
Yeah, it seems like Impunity's game plan right now is just falling down to pieces.
So the mid game is going to be really hard for them. How they're going to make it to the late game?
The whole game is going to be very, very difficult for them. TianYun had to proc his ult to run away. The blue is going to go for Pang.
And there's already 2 level lead goes to Xiaopang. Quite huge. And 4,000 gold lead goes to Wolves. Wow.
I think that's one of the things when you start discussing about who is the top jungler right now. One of the features that Pang has that I would say makes him a little bit better than the rest is just his ability to always be farming. Like everywhere that he's going, every single second that happens, he's just always doing something. He's either just jungling, he's either just cleaning wave, or he's taking kills, or he's just controlling the dragon. Like his understanding of the times of the game is just spot on. And spot on is going to be one more time. Flower and Megumi, that duo is falling at the same time. Every single option that Wolves have.
And since the 4 of the members from Wolves, they're giving full pressure on Impunity. So that actually allows even more time for Lam just to farming up.
The more time that passes, the more farm that Lam is going to have.
Wolves is now just dominating this game. It's really hard for Impunity to make it to the late, so Impunity need to find some chances, even it's going to be really hard. If they just easily hand over all those resources to Wolves, that's going to make the difference to a gap.
The gap is expanding right now. All the way to 7,000. No, so sorry about that. 6,000 gold advantage in only 7 minutes.
Wow, to my surmise, actually this matchup's going to be some sort of break the dreams that Impunity has. Because we all know that they're quite dominating during the wildcard qualifier. They're doing great.
Yes, of course. That's the thing. We just talked about that. This is the big leagues. It's not the same. Completely not the same. And I'm sure that Impunity right now are feeling it.
Yeah. So how they're gonna deal with this sort of visually difference?
Well, I believe that the only thing that they can do right now, as we hit almost the 8-minute mark, the only thing that they can do is just to wait and pray for a mistake. They can only wait and pray for a Wolves mistake. They can protect their high ground. They can still do that. But when Fly is on that monkey, he can just proc his ult, and the damage that hero can provide is not enough for him to replete.
The ultimate provided by Monkey and also Zhang Fei gonna just block away all the road, all the path, to force you to retreat. There's no way for you to using those fires to clean up the waves. And it's still 8 minutes. It hasn't been 10. If it goes 10, Wolf's gonna speed up.
Look at TianYun.
He's in the river. I think that Pena is trying to spot him. He knows that he's been gone for a while. He's gonna have to TP back home.
Yeah. He wants to ambush. He wants to find some time. But to be honest, due to this goal difference, that's going to be really risky. Once Nianyu again being taken down, that's going to be a huge problem to Impunity.
No, and something that we need to discuss about is we know that you as a jungler, you as an assassin, you need to try to find someone in the back lane, right? But if you cannot spot any of the backliners for a long time, that gives Wolves the cue that there's an assassin around.
Yeah.
So everyone just starts surrounding Yao Dao. They won't let Yao Dao on its own.
That's what we call experience.
Yes.
You have that kind of sensation. Okay, the HP bar is quite low. Fen just used his ultimate. Purify.
Fly with the flash. Look at that. It's going to come in. Megumi is going to survive. Right now, Fly is the one that's been taken in between. Asim with his ultimate. Drop him very low and could take Fan with him as well.
This is the chance that Wolves just catch. They want to take Megumi down. But with this Purify, actually Impunity made it quite a great job.
Yeah, actually, it was a good trade for them. Right there, boom, takes on 3. Tried to take Megumi, but then he uses his second ability as the moment that he was running away.
And also, Ashin's playing quite good with that ultimate, you see, like just block all those opponents away.
Yeah, like he was up for a good challenge, right? And his ultimate is the reason why they're still standing.
True. So it's still not the time for Wolves to lower their guard. The best thing for them to do is just like take down this Overlord. They did it. They want to double it. They want to use these 2 dragons to finish, to close out this game.
They need to start taking some high ground turrets. They need to take at least 1 high ground turret with this Overlord and this Tyrant.
Has been defeated.
Remember, the more time that it goes, Impunity's composition is going to get stronger and stronger.
Because in the late game for Impunity, the only target they need to aim is just Garo.
Yes.
Take down Garo, mission complete. So Impunity still need more time.
Let's wait and see if time is going to be allowed and it's going to be available after Wolves right now. With the Vanguards trying to come on mid and bottom lane at the same time. Let's see what's going to be Impunity's decision.
The power is in Wolf's hand. They're going to be the one who allows you.
Completely vanished out of the map.
Ooh, double kill goes to Zhang Fei, and using this Vanguard on the bottom, they can even go for more. We can see Fly standing in front of all those team members, try to block away all those people. Jane came in, but he just vanished. And Lam again trying to find this umbrella girl, but nothing can do by Impunity. Victory goes to Wolves.
Victory goes to Wolves. Well done. They showed some respect to their team, to their opponents. They knew that it had to be in this Overlord. It had to do with these Vanguards. The more time that they were going to give to Impunity, the more chances they had to try to change things around. But the boys from Chongqing Wolves playing it as what they are, champions. Well done.
And what even impressed me more is about how stable Wolves is. First, it's been a long time since we see them, you know, back on the battlefield, and they showed up. They're still dominating this game, their power. And second, even they have that kind of like huge advantages, they didn't rush, they didn't hazard. After taking down double dragon, use them to close out the game.
It's the kind of patience that you gain by experience, right? Right after you've seen so many battles, that you've seen so many different opponents, these kind of situations are just familiar to you. It's not a very big difference. So they've understood that they need to be playing the same as they would play against
Wuhan Star Pro, the same as they would be playing against Beijing Weibo. They're gonna take the same attitude towards a team like Impunity.
So that's something that was really doing great for today, right? Respect their opponents and never underestimate their chances. No chances left for their opponents.
I'm totally sure that X7 Xiaoqi, the coach from Impunity, had a very clear plan, right? Like they wanted to stall a little bit more, trying to push the game a little bit later. If they would have been able to protect their high ground on that last fight, probably just forcing it to the 14, 15 minutes would have given them a chance. Sadly for them, the force from Chongqing Wolves was a little bit too much. Not much that they could have done in that last fight.
It seems like Wolves, they do master the pace after the game. They know like, okay, if like it goes for like more 4 minutes or 5 minutes, it's gonna be your turn. I won't allow that happen. So that's why we call these teams, no matter Wolves or Esports Pros, be so dominating, be so like powerful in our game, because they totally know the pace of the game.
And that's the difference, right? Like that's one of the things that we need to start talking about. We need to start talking about like what's the difference between the KPL region teams and the teams coming from the other areas. Is it a mechanical difference? Is it a difference of the understanding of the game? What do you think it is?
Awareness. Awareness, we can explain it in two ways. One is all those like sensation about what you're gonna do, the prediction. And another would be, you see, teams from KPL region, they always take one step in advance. They always want to speed up. Because once you do it faster, you got the priority. But like teams from other regions, they want to do the early game peacefully. Like, okay, everybody just form up. We may have some brawls, but nothing big happen. That's sort of idealistic in this game because we are like high tempo.
An idealistic approach to the game. I like that. I think that the word idealistic in there is very passive. Are being two characteristics from the team from other regions that when they're facing the KPL teams, then it's very difficult for them to try to be that passive. It's not about just like losing a red buff at the beginning, losing a Firehawk, losing the Bears. It's the fact that if you lose those opportunities, then everything just snowballs so quickly. The problem in here is not a matter of mechanics. We've seen teams from the other regions really taking on 1v1s and actually sometimes being able to win. In terms of mechanics, we're all almost the same, but it's just a matter of understanding the times of the game.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. This game one, MVP goes to Fan Fan, his strong fei. No doubt. Damage taken, 30.3%.
Good for Fan Fan.
3 kills goes to this support.
I love it, right? Because if you would be in rank, every time that the support takes the kills, everyone is just so mad.
Everyone's like, what no?
like, what are you doing?
But Fan Fan was like, he even got a double kill at the last team.
Love it.
And this one.
Love it.
It's
great. It's like he's waiting for the moment of the parasol, right? Like he can spot the parasol. He does not proc his ult until he knows that it's gonna be Gunsunli showing up. Gunsunli appears, his ultimate just pushes her against the wall.
That's again talking to those sensation, you know, you can predict what your opponent's gonna do for the next step.
Good. It's a chess game. Right? Just like playing chess, you need to be ahead of your opponent. Not only one, not only two. If you can 3 or 4 steps, be ahead 3 or 4 steps.
So actually, it's not like easily what we saw from this battlefield. It's more like there's some mentally fighting, mentally calculating happening in these players.
I have you always thinking about what I'm going to do instead of me thinking about what you will do. So when you're thinking about what your opponent's next move is going to be, you start forgetting about your own plan. And it's difficult just to be thinking about what am I supposed to do next when you're actually thinking about what is he going to do next.
True. That's the thing. Always think one step in advance.
Let's see. Look at that. The gold lead just started from minute 3. And then after that just started just slowly, constantly snowballing into the huge advantage that gave Chongqing Wolves the victory for this match.
Yeah. So actually for impunity, I would say it's more like those experiences. And for the next match, never think about late game. Do it head to head.
Try to get a composition that, at least for me, I would favor the early game, but then I just have one key hero that could balance it for the late game. But I would try to favor the early game instead of trying to favor the late game and just have one hero for the early one. I don't know.
True.
At least that's my understanding. Let's see the highlights. Look at that. Since the beginning, how many people you have in there from Chongqing Wolves? Just the way that they were moving together. Every single time like we had eyes on that red buff jungle, it was always people from Chongqing Wolves.
Make herself at home.
Lovely performance. Congratulations to Chongqing Wolves. Right now we're gonna have still one more game where Impunity is gonna have an opportunity for revenge.
And I'm really looking forward to X7 Xiaoqi's like strategy. What kind of composition she's gonna have settled.
What is Xiaoqi gonna bring us? Let's wait. After the break, we'll see what is gonna happen in the next game.
when you're facing such a huge opponent, when you're facing such a big challenge, what do you do? What can you do? The only thing that you can seem to do is just to go back, think about what are your strengths, and try to spot one of these very, 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 very weird weaknesses that you can try to find from your opponent. What are your strengths? What are your opponent's weaknesses? What do you think, Nora? What are Impunity's strengths?
In those severe situations, the best thing for Impunity to do is first believe in themselves and then try to find their opponent's slight mistake.
I love it.
Because
I love it.
Because we all know, we need to admit, there's kind of a gap between.
Yeah, no,
these
of course,
two
but again, we're not comparing them. Let's think about Impunity as 5 people. Impunity is 5 players. What are their strengths? What do you think it could be the one thing that through wildcards and through these first games that we've seen that makes Impunity a team to be aware of?
Well, let's just have a quick review about their previous matchups. Actually, they're really good at doing those big team fights. And also, they are really good at using those initiation compositions, right?
Okay.
Using those warriors on the top, Guan Yu, Ma Chao, and also using those Dong Huang Tai as their support, right?
Okay.
Just try to gain those things for yourself.
So, Impunity is a strong team because they fight a lot and they're good at big fights. Now, let's think about wolves. Now, when you think about wolves, let's not think about okay, I'm gonna take my big fights against your big fights. What could be one of the things that wolves is not that strong at? That could be Impunity's opening for them to try to come in.
Like some weakness of wolves.
Yeah. I know that no team is perfect. No team is perfect. No Chongqing Wolves, no Wuhan Easter Pro, no Beijing Weibo, no Nanjing Hero. What would be the point for them to jump in? What could be that opening?
You got me.
Yeah?
Because for today, if we are talking about those...
Not that easy a question, right?
Yeah, you got me. Because for those previous matchups, sometimes Wolf's going to be overstepped.
Okay.
But for today, you see those previous matchups, they're being so patient, so stable. So, I don't know.
That's true. Sometimes when you are stronger than your opponent, you can always try to lure them into coming to trade blows with you. So imagine this. Normally in boxing, when you are in boxing and you are just facing an opponent that is faster than you, stronger than you, normally what you do is just to put your fist up to receive damage, to force that opponent to actually just to hit you. And then while you lure them into believing that they're stronger than you, find the one punch that you can get to knock them out. Can Impunity do something like that? Is that going to be something useful for them?
I know what you mean. When you're in the weak position, the best thing is first defend, buy more time for you, calm down, keep thinking, find one strike.
So my question is, can Impunity do something like this? What do you think?
If Xiao Peng's gonna do the same strategy that he did last matchup, he's gonna be invading into the opponent's field alone. That's might gonna be a chance. Right?
Yeah, it could. Again, our job is just to put out there the ideas that everyone is having right now. I know that everyone at home right now is really thinking about what can Impunity do? So that question comes out there, what can they do? Are they gonna be able to lure them out into taking unnecessary fights? And if we lure them out into taking unnecessary fights, is Chongqing Wolves going to bite? Are they going to take that bait? Will they or will they not?
Actually, I can see something happening in Impunity.
Okay.
Once they take out Zhang Fei, 2 smites is going to be necessary for their composition, and that's going to be the step 1 for them to guard the field, right? And if Zhang Fei and paired up with Yixing try to do some harass to the opponent's field, actually that can buy more time for TianYun to form up.
Okay, so it's gonna depend on what Megumi and Hero can do in terms of trying to get vision and control of probably the bears. Because it's just that one area. Like if you analyze, there's 3 different areas in the blue buff jungle that you can get resources from. And there are 3 different areas from the red buff jungle that you can get resources from. So there are 6 different resources. Can they keep control of at least one of them to try to slow Xiaopang down?
Because even one would help. Especially, like, even you didn't make any progress, but once you just harass him, once you just slow him down, maybe that can help. And also, first, guaranteeing your early game would be the main mission for Impunity now. Because once they are like, we have even gold, we have like even items, who knows what's gonna happen?
Who knows? I'm totally sure that I don't. I'm totally sure that I don't, but at least I know that Xiao Qi has been thinking about that. And I'm totally sure that Lin has been thinking about that too.
Yeah.
So let's wait and see. Let's enter in this beautiful second match of this BO2 between Chongqing Wolves and Impunity.
Let's see. First, we can see we put those 2 junglers on the spotlight. Because first, as we mentioned, the first mission for Impunity would be guaranteeing the early game for TianYun and also for their team.
Yeah, look at that. Wolves is gonna have priority over that over that wave, right? And then after they have priority over that wave, what is going to be their answer to that?
For Wolves?
Yeah.
Wolves.
Because you saw over there like already Mozi and Mai Shiranui already having priority over the wave. So after they have priority over the wave, are they just gonna rotate down to take on that blue buff?
I guess not, but they're gonna harass a lot. They're not able to like steal it away, but they would slow down Lam's farming up just like what they did from the previous matchups. Because you know the thing that why they take out Mai Shiranui paired with Mozi is basically because of those long attacking range.
Yes.
To use those small combo to, you know, shred down all those HP bars.
No, and you just saw it in there, right? Like it was just one bomb from Mozi, one fan from Mai Shiranui, and then the minion waves was not even out of the turret, and it was already down to half.
So that's also the reason why they gain the priority of the mid. And they're gonna do the same. Once the combo be completed on one target, like the damage out in the early game from Mozi's second ability, you can't underestimate it. It's quite painful.
It is quite painful. And the slow down and the stun effect's quite long as well.
And once you've been stunned, the fan's gonna follow up from Mai Shiranui. That's the combo.
Let's see. Let's wait and see. Right now we're in a short pause called by our refs. Let's wait and see what is going to happen. I would remember that we are right now trying to solve the technical issues that we're having. You can see like the players are just there waiting, trying their very best just to keep focused, keep concentrated.
Because our arena actually divided into 2 different cities, right? One held in Seoul and one held in Shenzhen. So we need some time to fix it, but that's also going to be a really nice time for Impunity to bulk up, right? Trying to figure out what we're going to do next, because you already saw the first movement done by Wolves.
Yes, exactly.
And actually, like the beginning of these matchups, Impunities are doing quite good arrangement. They just line up, right, in a lane, and try to guard the early game of the field.
Some of the interesting things that that we have from esports, right? Like whenever that you have a pause like this, the one that we're seeing, the players are not allowed to talk to each other. Everyone must be quiet in there. Like nobody is allowed to really talk to each other unless that the referees are talking to you.
To like, to be fair.
Of course. Just to try to keep everything there, keep everything there. Now we're back in the game.
And as we were talking, after just gaining that advantage, the blue buff is going to be the target.
For Nianyu. Oh, the Zhang Fei has been launched up, and first blood goes to Mai Shilenui. Again, the blue buff been taken away by wolves, and you see who's got it? Fly.
Taking control of that. Asin tried to go and contest Xiao Pang's blue as well. Was not successful, and now Pang comes in just to take more gold from that minion wave.
Wow. You know, here's another difference that you can witness from this matchup, because those compositions that one team has selected, but once those strong teams have selected, they can utilize it, you know, about those versatility.
One more time, Megumi is going to fall. Second time is going to be one more kill.
2 kills in a row. That also somehow makes Megumi lost the chance to harass the opponent's field. And the smite is going to be useless.
And right now he's going to be so much later than everyone else to make it to 4.
And
so that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem for Flower.
Wow. Again, back to experience. Impunity, once they saw the composition that Wolves just selected, you never imagine how you're gonna like rotate in the first laning phase, right? Fly goes to the blue side. They're in the blue side, but they goes to the opposite blue side field.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't imagine it, like why?
you don't expect to see that top laner all the way here to try to take your blue buff. That's a long way home. He just decided to come and take that.
Yeah, that's what we call the experience. Like they know how to utilize the composition. Yes, there's not like only one certain way of playing.
One more time, the blue is gonna go for Pang. Nianyu has not been able to take even one blue since the beginning of the game.
So Nianyu again got level deficit compared to Pang. And Pang, he already got like 2 lanes from the top, and also like the full jungle monster.
Yeah, and that's a good thing, right? Like at the end of the day, this laning stage is just for you to try to protect the turret and just try to farm on the minions. And talking about that, it's going to be the fight starting here. Pang's going to take on 1. But then he's going to fall as well. It's going to be a 1v2 trade still for Chongqing Wolves.
1-2 trade. And actually that's Impunity catch some chances that we've mentioned about if Pang wants to get invaded into that field. And they really got it. And somehow slow down Jin's farming out pace.
Look at that. 3v2. Fly just process ult first. Trying to take, but they were trying to take an Asin. That's Xiao Tun. You're gonna have to use a lot of abilities to take that Asin down.
Yeah, because Xiao Tun's ability allows him to reduce the damage taken.
Look at that.
Has slain an enemy.
He might be able to reduce, but he's not gonna be able to reduce enough, as it is gonna be 2 people from Wolves taking on him.
And that's something to do with Mai Shilenui's second ability. Once you've been targeted by that fan, it's gonna reduce your armor defense and also magic defense.
The blue's gonna spawn. Nianyu's gonna be successful at protecting that. Coming from behind.
Again.
The passive was not enough to save him. And X here is going to fall.
Only buys a little time. We can see a lot of things happen. It's like quite similar. You would never imagine why my opponents would come out from my side.
Yes, just coming from behind, right?
Yeah.
Like you always thought, like, okay, like under the turret, I'm gonna be safe.
I'm gonna be safe.
There's no place to be safe.
Yeah. That's the problem.
That Megumi is gonna have to be forced to proc his ult. It's gonna come in to cooldown. That was the whole goal that they wanted from Wolves.
Ooh, and now they just wanna taking away the red buff. Not enough, even the kill.
One more time, everything is gonna look for Wolves.
We always use like still. Wow, he's gonna he's gonna use his ultimate to escape to safety. But check the top lane again. It's endless team fight, endless brawls.
Megumi does not have his ult available. He used it before to survive, but he just postponed what was inevitable as he fell as well. X here is going to fall one more time, and the minions are coming in for the high ground turret. It's only going to be us seeing Flower and Yenyu trying to stand against 5 Chongqing Wolves players.
Wolves are now onslaught. There's no need to worry about anything else. Just keep fighting, keep pushing, keep hand over. I try to bring 2 people back, but the ultimate provided by Wolves buy them sometimes and even allow him to escape away. What a pity for Impunity, but luckily they guard this high ground tower.
They guard the high ground turret, and right now the Heaven's Origin is going to force Wolves back. They stood there for a very long time. They wanted to take that high ground turret very quickly.
You know, we always use steal away, this phrase, to describe what they do for those invasions. But actually, the feeling is not like stealing. They're like robbing, you know. Just rob everything they can and just rob it away. That kind of feeling.
Rampage. Mai Shiranui takes on Marco Polo, disappearing immediately from the map.
4 kills already goes to Xiangyu. Impunity. The situation is quite difficult for them and they have nothing to do but just to confront it, just to try to contest it.
They won't be able to protect this top lane turret. Megumi that procs his ultimate too early.
Whoa.
The turret is going to fall as well. Now it's going to be Jing that is going to fall. Xiaopang is going to fall. Fanfan trying to create some stun. The following damage is not enough. Sing tried to jump into the fountain. He won't be able to succeed on that. Megumi is going to fall. Flower procs his ult, trying to clean the wave. But it's going to be Chongqing Wolves destroying the crystal, taking the victory of this BO2.
For this game, Wolves are onslaught. They just totally tear their opponents up and show us that even it's been over 2 months, but they're still the Wolves that we know. The powerful, the dominating Wolves that we know.
Amazing performance. I love the way how Fanfan played on Motsu. I would give him the MVP. I love the way that Motsu, the mechanics of that hero, right? Like just the way that he can use the bombs, the way that he can use his ult to try to stun people. It is a very agile support option.
And also he can use his ultimate to lock in a lot of heroes to stun them.
Yeah. Before, when Motsu used to be a mid laner, it was a difficult option because he cleans wave very slowly, right? But right now, as the meta has evolved, and right now Motsu is an option in support, there's a lot of initiation options coming in from him, right? Like his second ability cooldown is actually very short, allowing him just to be always harassing with the bombs, always trying to stun, slowing down opponents, locking them down, just the same as in that last fight.
Just using the second ability first, poking down the HP bar, and then use the ultimate to lock in a lot of opponents. Well, you know, to me, this kind of matchups for these 2 rounds, it's more like a teaching feeling. Don't you feel like that? Like, I'm gonna use all my power to show you how to play this game.
I love it. I love the way that you put it like that. I love the way that you put it like that, and I hope that Impunity is going to see it like that, right? It is a learning experience.
That's the point. Like, I don't want to use those things to like show off. It's not my main point.
What's there to show off? What's there to show off that we don't know, right? Like, we have already, when you're strong, and everyone at home already knows that. There's nothing for you to show off. You just need to come over here and then just try to teach everyone something new.
That's the point.
I hope that Impunity can see these games as that, a learning experience for them to improve. A learning experience for them to, whenever that they're back down there and they really want to really perform better and come back next time
they're going to take this experience and start building up from them. It is important that they see this as what it is, a learning experience and a great opportunity to play against the best of the best.
Yeah, and not only for impunity, but also like all those teams from other regions.
Yeah.
Like though they're facing an uphill challenge, but I don't want like let them to take it as a defeat. It's more like a teaching lesson. Like all those teams, they're not hiding anything. They're like give all those experience, all those techniques that we have, and how fast you can learn from it, how fast you can absorbing those knowledge upon to you.
Yeah, yesterday we saw Scar's Jerry, right? Like Jerry just played really well.
True.
On day one, like when Jerry was playing against AG, like he saw no buff during the whole 2 matches. It was insane just to see like how difficult it was for him. Took that experience and yesterday against Red Canids did exactly the same recipe. And that's important to see. When you start seeing those little changes, those abilities to follow up the strategies of the best and try to apply them in your own work, it just makes you feel like this whole tournament has a deeper and wider meaning than just winning a trophy.
Yeah, don't just easily simply take it as like victory or defeat. There's something like more meaningful. And that's maybe one of the reasons why we're doing double round robin, right? Next time.
There needs to be something else in that spectrum, right? It cannot be just either black or white. Yeah. Wolves Fly MVP.
Damage taken 38%. Wow, actually like 5 members from Wolves are doing great in this kind of matchups.
Yeah, there was no one that actually just stood out like a lot more than the rest, right? I think that this decision about just showing up with Fly at the beginning of the game, no one was expecting that.
And that's the point. Like those strong teams, they know how to play it differently. There's not only like one single way as playing style.
Look at that. Look at Fly's decision right over there. 2 people against the wall, gone.
Yeah.
There, gone.
The second ability allow him to pull 2 opponents back on the wall, and the ultimate block away the way that they want to retreat. X0.
Players from Impunity, they faced this as a great challenge. They played really well in their first match. They came in the second one. They didn't play bad. Again, we're gonna remind them that we're in front of the champions from the KPL Summer Cup. When you're facing a champion, there's not much that you can do more than take it as what it is, a good experience. Well done from Impunity. Hopefully we can see them just performing better and better in the next coming matches.
Yeah, every progress will count. After like the next time we saw they're playing, it's gonna like hope they can bring us something different. And let's check the points again. We know that actually after taking this 2-0 win, Wolf's gonna win 3 points.
Yes, right now it's going to be Chongqing Wolf with 3 points, same as Shanghai EDGM. Impunity has 3 points, but in 2 matches. Sadly for Yala Esports that has been put in that Group B, they're going to be facing a very difficult task while playing against Chongqing Wolves in their next presentations.
Yeah. Yala, actually, I saw those comments, you know, on Twitter. There's 2 teams. One is Isurus and one Yala. These 2 teams, their fans call it like that group.
It is a very difficult group.
Really difficult.
It's a very tough one. Hopefully for them, like they will be able just to see every single match as an individual experience and try to do the best out of that. XYG had the first game against FUTNOVA Esports with a win 2-0. Then we came to our second game that had Gen.G Esports 2-0 against Isurus and Chongqing Wolves 2-0 against Impunity. Has been 2-0, 2-0, 2-0.
Yeah, always 2-0. But the next matchup won't be the same, I guess.
Let's wait and see. After match interviews, let's see who we have on the other side.
Let's see who's going to be with us. Hello, Fly， 先来和大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是重庆老队的弗莱。
那今天算是你们在这个 KIC 的首战啊，然后又对上了一直很想和你们交手的 Impunity， 包括你的对抗路也是对上了一直很想和你交手的阿星，有没有什么样的感受或者想对他们说的话吗？
今天最大的感受其实主要是在 BB 上嘛，因为之前看他们的比赛，他们的关羽玩得非常好，我们就给他ban掉了。对，然后今天整体打下来的话，也是打得比较顺嘛。然后感觉对面还没有放开打吧，我觉得，如果在下一场再碰到的话，估计会打得会焦灼一点。
Okay. So the first question is, finally play against with Impunity and finally play against the solo lane with Aixing. How do you feel right now? Or is there anything you want to say to our opponents? And Fly just said, actually they did several preparation on the BP phase. They just banned away Guan Yu, which gonna be most like signature hero for Aixing. And then they thought this gonna be a really smooth game. And they're really looking forward for the next matchup. And that's gonna be really fierce. Okay, so the next question would be, actually we're doing best of 2 right now, so is there any different that you can feel from the different format play like in the previous series? 那我们这次其实小组赛采取的是 BO2 的赛制嘛，那作为你个人的这个感觉而言的话，和之前打别的一些赛制会有一些比较大的不同吗？
之前因为也打过 BO1 嘛，像 BO2 的话也是，今年这个赛事才开始的嘛。然后 BO2 的话，其实我觉得跟 BO1 是差不多的，他要选一些强势的英雄去搭配。然后呢，在这个 BO2 的话，也可以多选自己的绝活英雄。然后整体打下来的话，感觉还是比较吃自己比较自信的英雄吧，啊。
Okay, so actually compared to those BO1 format, actually that's quite similar to BO1. And also actually those meta picks or those signature heroes from your own side gonna be like more powerful when you're doing BO2. And actually it's also gonna be really important to hold that confidence when you're doing BO2. Alright, so the last question would be, due to this ban pick phase, the reason why you got that 墨子 for the last pick, is there any special reason? 那最后一个问题就刚刚有说到在 BP 上做了一些准备嘛，那最后一手给帆帆选墨子的这个理由是什么呢？
给帆帆选墨子主要是搭配一些英雄，然后搞一点前期的一些强度吧。然后呢，这个英雄也是手比较长嘛，有点就可以去破过对面。然后呢，去增加一些阵容的一些前期强度。
Okay, so the reason is like they want to use mods to pair up with other heroes and try to put like more stress on those early game style and try to be more aggressive in the early game. Okay, so that's it. Thank you for taking our interview and looking forward to your next matchup. 感谢接受我们的采访。
That's the difference between top players and good players, right? Like the way that he was able to just share with us his understanding of the game and how he was just very clear on just telling the audience about that, right? How he is actually just trying to develop a little bit more. He understands of the importance about like making that connection with the audience. Thank you very much, Fly, for an amazing interview. Now, moving forward, we're gonna have our last game of today. We're gonna have Chengdu AG against Foshan DRGGK. All of that after the break. Last game of today, Chengdu AG against Foshan DRGGK. This is the one. We've been looking for this one, and it is right over here. Chengdu AG has 11 victories in a row. Are they gonna be able to make it 12? Will they be able to make it 13? What are you thinking right now? Foshan DRGGK on the other side, they came in from KPL qualifier round 1. Whew, that makes them a very, very strong team. Let's wait and see what's going to happen in this last match.
To be honest, I've been waiting for this matchup for such a long time because as what you mentioned, AG now has got 11 games in a row, right? Winning games in a row. And for DRGGK, the last time we saw them, they were playing against with Weibo, and they won it 4-2, make it directly to our group stage. And we know that they're in their best condition.
Are they going to be able to keep that condition against Chengdu AG? Chengdu AG has been playing again and again and again and again and again, taking and piling victories. Are they going to be able to face the best Chengdu AG that we've seen in a little while?
I know what you mean. Like AG, we've mentioned about this habit, this winning habit you've mentioned about, because they already keep themselves without that winning feeling. And on the other hand, for DRGGK, it has been 9 days ago, like when they were playing against Weibo. But for me, I guess GK is totally alright with this kind of feeling. And actually, this is one of the matches that I'm looking forward for GK to break that kind of winning road for AG.
Oh, so you think that GK has what it takes to stop AG from winning?
My prediction is it will be a draw. It's going to be a 1-1.
A 1-1. It is actually, I do believe it is going to be a 1-1 too. I believe me, I have great respect towards Chengdu AG. They've been playing so well. I do believe that they've been a little bit overconfident in that last game. In that last game, after they took their 10th and 11th victory, there were some little details that they were not doing that well.
But when you're playing against with DRGGK,
exactly, it's a completely different game.
Yeah,
it's a different game. So well, let's wait and see. Our main game for today is going to be Foshan DRGGK against Chengdu AG.
Let's see the ban pick phase, because these coaches are quite familiar with each other. So they definitely gonna prepare a lot of things during the ban pick phase. But as we've just talking about, actually when we're doing those best of 2 format, the hero pool won't be a huge problem for those like professional players.
No. The hero pool is a problem when you came to BO7. And then it's a BO7, you make it to game 5 or game 6. That's when the hero pool is going to be a problem. BO2, that's not even a question.
So actually those signature hero, like those heroes when you're like really confident with, gonna be the best choice for you to take out. For example, Xiaoyi, just take out my Shlenui.
Analyzing a lot about the ban and pick strategies for these BO2s from these last 3 days. It's been a lot about not trying to ban specific players, but trying to ban specific combos. So for example, we've seen a lot of this Tranfei just being banned. They're not banning Tranfei because of Tranfei the hero itself, but because of the ability that Tranfei has to pair with a lot of different other heroes. So that's why that Tranfei has been a clear ban during that first round.
And also the same as GK just banned away Miyamoto Musashi. Because Miyamoto Musashi gonna be a really nice counter to Lam. And also Ata. And somehow also Gongsun Li. That's the reason, the ultimate gonna limit your HP recovery. But neither Lam or Ata gonna be really rely on that HP recovery when you're doing team fight.
Let's wait and see. Leopan taken out of the mix, banned by Chengdu AG. They know how powerful that Liu Bang can be in a combo with Lam and Gun Sun Lee, right?
Yeah. So
They know that.
That's what you just mentioned. Ban those composition
Yes,
rather
exactly.
than just like doing those target bans. Also, Sun Bin, don't want you to pair up with Ata.
Yeah, Sun Bin and Ata all together. I like describing that just like as a tank, right? There's like a war tank whenever that you have Ata coming with Sun Bin, the second ability, and then you just see Ata pushing towards yourself 100 kilometers per hour, straight up trying to initiate.
Yeah. And speaking to initiation, Dong Huang Tai, we're gonna name him.
Dong Huang Tai, a good option for Ice. I think that Ice played that Dong Huang Tai during the qualifiers and played really well. Like he was able just to use that suppression. We talk a lot about how Dong Huang Tai is a hero that you need to understand the moment of jumping in. You cannot jump in too early. If you jump in too early and then they start just chipping on your HP bar, then your ultimate is gonna be useless.
Because for his ultimate, he need to do a 1-1 trade. As long as he got like a higher HP recovery, a higher HP bar.
A higher HP bar for sure. Like he needs to have his HP online. It's going to be very difficult for him to survive if he does not have that, and they're gonna answer that with Zhang Liang, second suppression from them.
Suppression versus suppression. The reason why they really like favored to wait, Hou Yi.
Let's wait for the lock.
Oh, come on! I was expecting the appearance of Hou Yi, but
not in this game. Yeah, not in this game.
That's the game when we're talking about Isurus, right? But just take it out. Wow.
That's gonna be electrifying. And at the same time, that's gonna put so much pressure on Inuo, right?
True.
Because Hou Yi is a good hero when you have items, when you have gold. But in the first stages of the game, Hou Yi does not have any mobility. Like you depend a lot on your support coming in and helping you out. That puts a lot of pressure on Inuo, the same as it puts a lot of pressure on Ice.
And also speaking to that support, Dong Huang Tai was not well known as a supportive support. It's more like he's doing those initiations.
Yes.
He's being the
a more
engagement.
aggressive one instead of that defensive one.
That's true. So actually for this composition that we saw from AG side, everyone just gonna like dash in, just leave Hou Yi alone on the back. You see, Mai Shirenui, Meng Tian, in Dong Huang Tai, everyone just gonna dash forward.
And then the poor Hou Yi won't be able to follow up.
Yeah, just standing there. So actually the main point of taking out Hou Yi, actually I guess it's because of his ultimate.
Okay.
If he's accurate enough, then he can use his ultimate to be the one to engage.
The bow and the arrow from Hou Yi are going to be key if AG wants to keep their winning streak and just make it all the way to 12 and try to gamble it and try to make it to 13. I haven't seen, in a long while, I have not seen 13 games victory streak.
It's been a long time for us to witness the Tempest Dragon spawning, right? It's been a long time.
We have not seen any Tempest Dragon today.
Yeah.
Hopefully we're gonna get to see the Tempest Dragon in here. Probably these two teams are gonna be very careful in the early stages, not allowing the other to take any advantages. This is top of the top. Is going to be DK against AG.
AG has already got 11 wins in a row. On the other hand, DRGGK, they got their qualify during the first round of KPL region qualify. They made it. They've got over 1 week to prepare for this fight.
Let's wait and see what's going to happen. That Lam is going to be crucial. If the assassin from GK can actually make a way through and find Hou Yi, that's going to be bad news for Inuo.
And also, Zhang Liang is going to be quite crucial for DRGGK. Because like we all know, these two ultimate, both provided by Zhang Liang and Dong Huang Tai, are going to be suppress your opponents.
Yes.
So who's going to be the first one And when you're just doing that suppress, while your teammates follow up to do that burst damage on your target, the synergy matters a lot.
They're debating about taking Chanliang or taking Su Lie. Su Lie would have been a completely different game style, right? But with Chanliang, it's gonna be more trying to lock his ultimate into Hou-Yi, trying to lock his ultimate onto the jungler, trying to stop Wei Yang from jumping in. Is one ultimate gonna be enough to try to lock out AG from jumping in?
That's not the problem. Actually, I guess Zhang Liang's ultimate, whether gonna say for Donghang Taiyi or for Mai Shilanui or Jing, like he need to choose what period of this game, who's gonna be the one gonna dominate in that period. He need to recognize it and find the one.
I believe that Su Lie would have been a bit of a better option. I would have preferred Su Lie instead of Chanliang, because of the fact that Su Lie would be a little bit tankier, and Su Lie would allow them to have more to have initiation as well.
Yeah, actually, there's a debate. Well, like for Su Lie, he's control, like he's really good at doing those crowd control, right?
Yeah.
But there's a small delay. And so, like for Su Lie, it's gonna be like the accuracy or the efficiency can't be promised, and that might be the point. But Zhang Liang, once DRGGK like win the upper hand, where combine Zhang Liang with the Lime, they're gonna be dominating.
Waiting for the right moment for Chanliang to use his ultimate. Let's wait and see. I don't think that Chanliang has that long range to be able to find Hou-Yi in the back line, so he's gonna have to put his ultimate on whoever that he can find in the front lane, right?
That's the problem. Actually, you can see the two supports, their missions completely different.
Yes.
For Zhang Liang, the mission for him is not aiming to Hou-Yi. It's more like to hold off Jing, to hold off Mai Shilanui. That's gonna be the key point. But with the Flash, Donghang Taiyi need to find like much more crucial one, maybe the backline. Let's
Interesting
see the
game. Interesting game. It's going to be completely different to the other 3 games that we've had today.
Yeah.
It's going to be a matchup of the best. There's going to be Foshan DRGGK against Chengdu AG. Let's see what they can do. That's Xiaoying against Xinfeng in the mid lane clash. That's going to be nice as well.
And also, actually, Hou-Yi would be a quite easy target for Qingfeng. The second ability is going to be quite easy for him to land on Hou-Yi.
Oh, let's wait and see if Xiaoying is going to allow Qingfeng to come down. Maybe Xiaoying has the moment that Qingfeng is going to try to make the rotation down, then it's going to be Xiaoying just stopping him on its way.
Go, go, go!
Move out!
Here it is, Foshan DRGGK against Chengdu AG. I'm your caster, Isaac Pena.
I'm your caster, Nora. Let's see. Well, Zhao Jun plus Zhang Liang, they definitely gonna win the priority of the mid, no doubt. But what they're gonna do next to harass Jing? Jing saved his might. So
look at that now, guys gonna be in trouble. He procs his flash, trying to run away, but Inoi's got him. The damage is still not there, and he's gonna be guided by a little hair, just running away with his life.
that was so close. But since this is a one flash trade for 2, DRGGK gonna have a little bit advantage for this trade.
Look at that. It's not going to be the same as before, right? Like the 2 of them are not being extremely aggressive on that invasion.
Yeah.
They come in, they get the vision, but they're not being as aggressive as they have been in the previous matches against the other area.
They're being extremely cautious, calculating every step, every movement. You see, we are already leveled up for 4.
Waiting for Yan to clean that way, make it to 4 as well. And the 2 of them are online right now.
Especially when we saw that Meng Tian got his ultimate. That's the time you need to be cautious. Want to trade some HP bars, but Xiaoying just threatened him to go back.
Yeah, just look at that. Like they force Guy and Monglan to go back, so they know that the Tyrant's gonna be uncontested. Sometimes you don't have to go for the kills. Sometimes the only thing that you need to do is just to force them back.
Force them back, whether you're just trying to clean the wave or shut down the HP or just threatening them. Wow.
Check and bush.
Yeah.
Check and bush.
Actually, the ultimate cooldown is quite long for Hou Yi, especially in the early game.
Yes,
Like
that's a
50
long CD.
So it's DRGGK's time right now.
What can they do with that? Look at that. Finish cleaning wave, the rotation upwards.
It's quite hard for DRGGK just doing an instant kill right now. Because Lam is not those junglers who can do burst damage.
But right now, at these early stages of the game, the Xiaoying comes in, the fan goes up, it's gonna force him back.
Xiaoying is showing his aggressiveness. He's using his skills, try to block away all those members from GK.
Did you see how Inu had to wait until the wave came into the turret? And when the wave came into the turret, that's the moment for Inu to clean. He cannot engage yet.
This ultimate! Oh. You see that reaction? Using
Just quick. Look at that, suppress down, the 4-second contract comes in, the damage is there, and they're going to take the first blood. Now it's going to be Ian, take it extremely low. Monglan has a good opportunity. It's going to be Inu that's going to come in. Bei Dao is going to lock him out. And it's going to be one more kill, a 2-1 trade for DRGGK.
DRGGK really did a nice rotation and also the tight synergy. They just helped Monglan to gain a winning lane and help them to break the balance.
Look at that ice still there, knows that Inu is very far. And that was the problem. That was the main issue in here. That Inu was so far away that in the moment that ice spot them in the bush, there's no following damage.
That's the point. That's the one that we were talking about. We were debating during this ban pick phase. We're talking about those two ultimates. They also offer those suppression. But who's gonna follow up? Who's gonna be follow up quicker to do that burst damage?
And following up quick is not going to be Hou Yi's one of abilities, not one of Hou Yi's features.
Sure. That might be my Slenui. Whoa! You see those reactions? GK now is really involved into this game, you know.
Mechanics.
The first ultimate by Inu was covered by those immune by Bei Dao when he's using those abilities.
Yes.
The second one covered by the second ability from Hong Sun Li. That was 0.3 seconds.
At the end of the day, we're talking about the top level. So when you're at the top level, you need to be able to pull these things out easily.
Easily. So
5 minutes and 40 seconds. Right now, DRGGK, they have the advantage. They got that mid lane turret, and that's going to be crucial for them.
Yeah.
That's gonna pump on this to go around and try to get in quicker than Wei Yan can react.
And also we can see DRGGK actually they just split up into two different parts. Oh, nice one!
Frozen taken down. Great follow-up by Qingfeng.
This combo was done by Bei Dao's second ability. That normal attack pull him back and follow up by the second ability of Zhao Jun. Quite smooth.
Quite smooth. Great follow-up by Qingfeng. Good accuracy.
So actually AG know that it's not their time to contest with DRGGK right now.
No. But at the end of the day, what are they going to do to stop this? Because losing that mid lane turret that early in the game, horrible news for AG.
As long as DRGGK just, put themselves together, 4 members, rotating together, it will be really hard for AG to find a chance. Maybe the thing would be they need to engage something. because for this composition, the front lane is quite solid, and they can take those damage.
They can, but look at Hou-Yi. Hou-Yi right now only has Shadow Reaper. With only Shadow Reaper, you do not have the damage yet.
Far away from those damage.
Very far away. Look at Gunsun Lee. Gunsun Lee already with Shadow Reaper at the same time as the Turning Blade.
Tyrant has been defeated.
So that's the reason why AG, they don't want to step forward.
Wait and see. They need to wait for Yinhuo. They need to wait for Yinhuo. But then if they're just waiting for Yinhuo, then what's going to happen with Wei Yang? Is Wei Yang going to just give gold away for Yinhuo for him to farm up?
I don't think so. But, you know, actually there's one thing that I want to highlight.
Okay.
It's Xiao Ying's Mai Nui. Because this Mai Nui combined with Jing, they can do a huge burst damage. And they're going to be huge threat to those backlaners. Oh,
Look at that, it comes in, but the damage does not follow. There's going to be Ice, the one that is going to fall. But look at Xiao Ying jumping from behind. Stopped in place. Triple kill for Pong Pong.
Triple kill goes through Pong Pong. You can see how tight the synergy is from DRGGK's side. They totally know it. They totally do it step by step. And now they build up a quite high advantage for themselves.
Has destroyed a tower.
Wow, quite high the advantage it is. There are no dragons to be contested, so they're just gonna keep pushing. It's time for them just to push and push and push, keep control. Great movement. We saw how Xiao Ying was waiting for the right moment to jump in, and he was just completely stopped in place.
Yeah,
look at that.
The reason, if we check Xiao Ying again, first, it's just like use the ultimate provided by Chongqing to split up all those battlefields and check Xiao Ying.
Boom.
The second ability, wow. That's gonna be like, I already predict, I already foresee your next movement because there's gonna be a delay for the second ability.
That was nice.
Wow.
Team Feng, the MVP of the MVPs right now. Like, he's just been extremely accurate.
Yeah. Quick review of the previous series when they're playing against with WB. He got 3 MVP in a row in that best of 7.
Top of the league, showing that he's the top dog right now. Winter's here.
To force back AG's members.
Break everything in half, and that turret's gonna fall.
Destroyed a tower.
You know, the thing that I still want to highlight is about Mai Nui and also Jing. You can see they're actually ambushing. They're trying to find some chances because DRGGK is now doing the split up push. They want Lan to be like in charge of one lane and the other 4 to push forward. So actually, the reason why Mai Nui and Jing is ambushing in the upper side is because they want to find a chance to take down Lan even for one time.
Yeah, it's just lovely. It's just lovely the way that DRGGK is playing right now. Following on your note, when we saw the teams from the other areas just facing these huge snowballs, and then we were asking what they can do. Look at exactly what Wei Yang is doing.
That's right.
Wei Yang is just cleaning wave on both sides, trying to slow down the game.
And buy some time for themselves.
Look at that. Jumps back. He's going to proc his ult, trying to follow back. Yinhuo that has to flash away. Yinhuo is still alive, and he's got a great angle just to deal some damage. He comes with the ultimate.
This is a quite nice counter-attack done by AG because the flash for Yinhuo already been forced out before the team fight was engaged. But AG just doing it quite smart. Everyone just split up and take the opponents down one by one.
Look at that. Pong Pong comes in, takes the blue. Right now it's time to replay. Time to count on what they took out of that fight. Baisho goes in with the flash and then locks everyone. Like, he's trying to lock Yinhuo, forces Yinhuo with the flash, and Xin Feng's ability is just a little bit wide.
And the thing that AG doing that was pretty good is the Mengtian's position and also Donghong's position. Just block away all those members from GK. But still, GK win the upper hand right now. 4,000 lead goes to GK. And the one that really surprised me a lot is because like their reaction, you see how like swift it is. 3 times of the ultimate provided by Hou Yi have been covered up.
The reaction time by them is just insane. 1, 2, 3, 3 different times. But look at that right now. Hou Yi has Daybreaker.
Yeah, good news to AG. As long as they're using this high ground tower as a shield, Hou Yi still got the chance.
Yes.
But the flash still in cooldown. That's gonna be a chance for DRGGK.
And Bei Dao, he has his flash available. Look at that, they're coming in for Ino. He's gonna try to be Ice, try to save him. It's going to be completely useless. One more person is going to fall. Wei Yan is going to follow him. Killing spree, only Ian and Ice.
And Pongpong's still alive. He did it like 1 versus 3. He's still alive, but there's only 2 people remaining in AG's side. DRGK want to do this fatal strike. They want to shut down AG for their winnings in the road. There's minions on the bottom. They can just go for the crystal, and they did it. Shut down AG, close out this game, break down this 11 games winning in a row. Congratulations to DRGGK.
Foshan DRGGK coming in and showing us how it is done. Lovely done in there for the boys. They won every single battle that they had. Every single battle that they had in there. Wei Yan tried to slow down, tried to buy some more time, but DRGGK saw the opportunity, and when you give these level teams opportunities, they do not forgive you. You leave one in there, and they're going to take the win.
That's exactly what we want to see. That's exactly what we want to witness. This kind of like high quality games and also those reactions provided by GK.
The way that the whole DRGGK was just blocking out Hou Yi's ultimate, right? They saw it coming and they were like, boom, blocked.
That's
boom,
insane.
Blocked again.
Because that's only like 0.3 seconds for you to react, and they just did it.
Oh, in their eyes, 0.3 seconds is ages.
Oh, all right.
Ages, tons of time in
I'm
their
just
eyes.
a mortal.
I know. For us mortals, 0.3 seconds just sounds like a lot. For them, till now from Christmas. All right, DRGGK just takes the victory. AG, what happened there?
That's something didn't go quite well during the ban pick phase.
Okay.
You know, I still gonna leave that Hou Yi as a question. Is it like still need for, because we are doing best of 2. Even some of the marksmen have been locked up, but is Hou Yi necessary to complete this composition? I'll give that.
No, I'm going to put my opinion out there. I don't think that Hou Yi was a good pick. It would have depended a lot on what your support can do for you in order to allow that Hou Yi to take as much farm and as much gold as possible. The option that they had for Ice was Donghuan Tai that was not able to protect Hou Yi a lot. So where was the logic in there? Maybe something that I am not being able to see. What about you? What do you think?
Well, actually, in my perspective, I guess they just want to use Hou Yi as a defensive marksman.
All right.
Right, try to protect the bottom lane, and that's it. They want to highlight the upper side of the map. But the point is they didn't like make anything happen on the upside of the map, right?
Yeah,
so
Ian never had an advantage. I feel like Ian was just there trying his best on the hero that was given to him, trying to take on the 1v1s, but the way that Ata was playing was completely amazing.
Like Bei Dao know what's the time to retreat and what's the time to be aggressive.
He kept his flash. I remember in that last fight, he kept his flash with him all the time, and that gave just a lot of pressure on the marksman, right? That gave a lot of pressure on Ino trying to be careful about what Bei Dao could have done. But then the problem came from Pongpong. Pongpong just jumped in, locked him down, took his life.
Because like, as we mentioned from the last team fight, the flash is not available for Hou Yi. And that's exactly the chance that GK sees, and they just close out the game.
Reading and understanding all these little details, this little information is what makes you a better player, right? Like understanding not only about the cooldown time for your abilities, but understanding the cooldown for your opponent's abilities. I remember that
when you are playing, it is a chaos. It is chaotic. A lot of things are happening in your screen, but your ability to be able to count the minutes, to count the seconds, to understand when your opponent's ability was procced, and then counting there the seconds, that gives you a little bit of an advantage.
In our game, every second matters.
Every second matters.
All right, MVP goes to Bei Dao. 32.
DRGGK Bei Dao.
Yes. The damage taken is quite good. And you can see the assist, 12 assists.
He played really well.
Yeah.
Since the beginning. Since the very, very, very beginning. Look at that.
This combo, quite smooth.
And that's the thing, like at the end of the day, you cannot just look at the hero just by how they use their ult. Look at that, boom.
It's immune.
That's literally what we were talking about. And look at the rotation, he rotates to keep fighting. Like even without his ability, he was still looking for them.
And to force out the flash.
Forcing out that flash was critical. That was very important. Just Inwo not having the flash at the end, having the flash on cooldown, did not give him any options when Pom Pom just jumped on his face.
And that's also the reason why DRGGK just go for that lasting fight. Because they know that your flash is still in cooldown.
It was either right now or waiting until the next Overlord. And now seemed like a better option.
But you know, I still want to highlight a little bit about that thing, how hard it is to use that immune to cover that ultimate. Because for audience who's not like that familiar with our games, actually the ultimate, that flying bird, is invisible.
Yeah.
When it flying across this map. You're only gonna witness until it's already like up to your face, you know, and that's gonna be the second. You don't know where it comes from.
Not even a second, actually.
Yeah, that's quite hard. That's really quite hard.
I hope that everyone at home is going to try to practice.
Everyone was just like, all right, I'm gonna do it. It looks so cool. And I promise you, it's like, I've done that several tries before, but yeah, never works.
Never works. That's the problem.
Yeah.
It just never works. Look at the goal difference. Like, it's the main difference with the games between KPL teams and the games against the other area teams. Against the other area teams, like that goal difference just starts building, starts piling up since minute 2, minute 3. But in here, like it was like very big fights. The result of those fights is exactly what just gives that Q. And that Q did not happen all the way until minute 8 or minute 9.
True.
So being able to defend a little bit better at the beginning of the game is one of those things that the other area teams need to be paying attention to. I hope that everyone is right now just taking notes on that. Talking about notes, let's check on the highlights. Let's see exactly what our players did during this game that made us look way impressed. Look at that.
For this replay, I want to highlight the second ability of Chongqing.
Yeah, look at that. Xingfeng sees it coming. Boom. Frozen down. Crazy. Allows Pom Pom to take the triple kill. Just try to spot where Pom Pom is.
Pom Pom did it,
He
like
jumps
1
in,
versus
1, 2,
3.
3, and then he jumps in.
Yeah.
He just uses everyone as a springboard.
And also the tower.
Yeah, and that's the main idea. The main idea is that when you're playing an assassin, everyone that is standing in front of you should be an obstacle. And you just need to jump through those hoops, try to go around those obstacles to make it to the back line.
You need to know that your key mission is to take down the core player. And
that's your goal. That's your goal. You have no other goal more than to take the core players out. Let's wait and see what AG is going to do in the next game, right? Are they going to be able to come back? Is this going to be a 2-0 for GK? Let's see what happens after the break.
the last game of today. Foshan DRGGK took that win first against Chengdu AG, stopping them from an 11 wins in a row streak, right? What is Chengdu AG going to do right now?
First, like to my prediction.
Yeah.
I guess this game's gonna be a draw, right? Do you remember?
I remember you said that we were gonna finish 1-1. Now everything depends on AG. AG's got the ball in their court. How are they gonna make it to be a 1-1?
First, to pick a quite solid composition gonna be the first mission.
Oh,
for them.
facts. Like you want to have like a solid composition if you want to win, right? That's true. Now that they have priority by being on the blue side, what should be their first pick? Like, you think that they should just go for the Gunsun Lee?
But the reasons...
DK is not going to give the Gunsun Lee.
That's what I just want to say.
Of course not.
Well, they just
that
let
ain't
Gunsun Lee
happening.
go. That's going to be the point.
Yeah, look at that. Boom. Not available.
Because they already know their opponents a lot. And we can see AG take away this Donghua Taiyi. DRGGK maybe take away Daqiao.
Yes, that's Yang Gunsun Lee. Both of them out.
It's in AG's hand. Zhang Fei, well-rounded. And even we're now in the blue side, we want to use Zhang Fei to do those counter picks. I will let you to show your cards first. Because Zhang Fei is well-rounded.
True. Like, you could use Zhang Fei with any other, and a lot of different compositions, right? Like, just by having that Zhang Fei, you would be able to use that Zhang Fei with a Liu Bu, for example.
And Liu Bu, let's see. Well, they show it up in the first 3 picks.
Zhang Fei, Lam, and Liu Bu.
Well, one is because they're combo during the team fight, and another reason is because like when GK take out Luban Master, basically means they want to pair up with this son.
Luban number 7.
Yeah.
So Luban number 7, Master Luban. What is AG going to do against that? Normally, what I normally see happening a lot is Zhang Fei starting the fights just with initiation. And then Liu Bu trying to follow in, trying to lock in where Luban number 7 is going to be. That's the moment where Master Luban needs to proc his chain, right? To try to protect that Luban number 7. That is going to give Wei Yan the opportunity to see exactly where Luban number 7 is, and then just use that initiation just as a bait. Just for them to know exactly where Guy is going to be with that Luban number 7.
You know, actually, from your explanation, I can see you actually put those timing into different periods.
Oh, totally.
Several layers during one team fight.
In my understanding, the initiation from Zhang Fei and Liu Bu should just be a bait in this composition, because you know that Luban number 7 is gonna go with Master Luban. There's always a cue for your assassin to jump in, and that cue is when did the support player from the other team use their abilities? After the support from the other team has already used their abilities, that's the moment for you as an assassin to jump in to try to take on the back laners, not before. And in order for us to force Guy to actually pull that chain, we need to trigger it with something. And that's going to be Zhang Fei's and Liu Bu's abilities.
Yeah, see, ladies and gentlemen, there's logic hiding in those chaotic team fights.
And again, that's only my understanding.
That's true.
I'm completely sure that right now all the audience has a completely different understanding.
Yeah.
And if you have a different understanding than mine, that's amazing.
Leave your comment.
Type it and share it. Come on, type it and share it. Share it with the others. Yeah. Why not? Come on, sharing is caring. Let us know what you think.
And while we're having this kind of discussion, actually they've already selected complete the composition. Quite solid. And actually I will put my money on AG for this game.
Yeah?
Because it's quite easy for them to use Xiaoying, to use Ganjiang, just shut down Luban number 7. Mission complete. That's it. Because the best thing for you to select Ganjiang as your mid is that you can just, pass over, totally ignore your front lane, directly point it.
That's a very long range. Right?
That's the point.
That's a very, very long range. Being able to find the right angle to drop that ability, forcing Menglan to
run away, right? Because that's the thing about Lupin number 7. It's one of those marksmen that have so much damage in the late game that after Lupin number 7 is fully stacked out, like there's no front laner that could actually stand the damage coming from that hero.
True. Like the time that, like how long your front line gonna like, you know, stick up to it, stick onto it, it's gonna be short, it's gonna be limited once Lupin number 7 is fully decked out. So the point is, the reason why Xiaoying's pick out Ganjiang is gonna just directly point it at your Lupin number 7.
It's gonna be a difficult matchup for Ian. Bei Dao and Meng Tian is gonna have the upper hand for sure on top lane. So Ian is just gonna have to try to stall, and Wei Yang support him in the first 2 minutes. And that's gonna be it.
Let's go. Second round.
Let us go, our last game of the day. This is gonna be the option for AG to try to draw this and take 1 point with them, or is it gonna be DRGGK just taking this whole 3 points in their pocket?
Oh, to be honest, if DRGGK done it 2-0, they're gonna be undefeated in their group.
Ooh, look at that, Bei Dao and Ian just trading against each other. I just love seeing warriors trading.
That's melee fight, right?
Yeah, melee fight. You poke me once, I poke you twice.
How dare you touch me? I just push back. Wow, the early game is gonna be quite peaceful.
Yeah, the early game, no one wants to really force anything happening. No one wants that happening right now.
Both teams want to guarantee the farming up of their junglers.
Look at that, DRGGK, they're gonna come in for the lizards.
You see the passing route done by Wei Yang. He's not like during 1-by-1. He knows that you may come to my field. So the first mission was to take down that blue buff. And then go for this lizard. Some tricks.
Little details, no?
Details matters a lot in those high quality matchups.
4v3, Xiaoying spotting them, coming in from the river. Uses his blades to push them out.
But nothing's really gonna happen.
The Overlord and Tyrant have spawned.
Oh, Pong Pong.
Let's see.
Wants to take down this Tyrant, but AG already spotted, so just force you back. His eye still is quite like close for him to get the level 4. Ultimate be done.
Jumps in, but it's gonna be Bei Dao, whose ultimate is gonna last longer. Look at that, Ian taking extremely low. He's gonna have to flash out of this fight. He still wants to protect this turret. He's got something in his mind. Oh, comes in with the flash. Takes first blood for Foshan DRGGK.
You see, at the very first round when they're doing those solo fight, Bei Dao actually saved the flash.
Yes.
But what surprised me is that Ian didn't like retreat.
He needed to retreat.
He still wants a minion. You don't need to be that greedy.
He does not have the upper hand against Meng Tian first, right? Like he does not. When Meng Tian is already level 4, that's already the moment where that hero is invincible.
Yeah.
There's no other hero on that top lane that can force Meng Tian out in the first minutes of the game. It's just not gonna happen.
Yeah, and not even mention that he know that Bei Dao still hold that flash, right? So that's something need to be like cautious.
A little bit more cautious. With that eyes being taken very low, he's gonna have to proc his ult, force his ult out just for him to run away. And right now it's gonna be DRGGK the ones who take the Tyrant.
Because again, they already forced out Zhang Fei's ultimate. That also means AG gonna lose the vision control of the riverside.
That puts Meng Yang in a very big trouble with this wave, right? Like the only thing that Inuo can do right now is just hope and expect that Menglan slows down a little bit. Menglan just running out of mana, allowing them to
try to fight a little bit more.
The key point from AG's side gonna be the accuracy of Xiaoying's ability. That's gonna be the key point. How accurate he is.
No, of course, and Xiaoying is gonna be accurate. He will be accurate with that, but look at the moment right now. DRGGK just completely controlling the jungle, and there's nothing in there that the boys from AG can do. The rotation, Lupin number 7 is going to trade turrets with Mengya, top and bottom.
Has destroyed a tower.
And now DRGGK, by using this ultimate of Bai Shou, of Meng Tian, they want to speed up. And you see, actually, Ganjiao Moi's HP bar is not that healthy.
They need to be careful, they need to protect that. Ino being pushed back straight into under his turret.
DRGGK is being quite cautious. Actually, at that moment, when they're trying to push forward to take down that mid tower, they don't know where Lan's position is.
Ino disappears from the map. It's going to be Monglan that is going to take him down. And now the turret is going to fall as well. Looking very, very bad for AG right now. We were used to seeing AG being the one in control of the game. And today, while facing Foshan DRGGK, they're just on the passenger seat.
Actually, that's something I want to mention about is AGX actually takes several. Wait.
Look at that. He procs the chain, and then as we just talked about, it's going to be Monland that is going to be locked out. Ice has been taken extremely long. Chinfon has his eyes on him. No angle for Wei Yan to jump in.
That's the point, like 1-1 trade, but AG win the upper hand because they take down Menglan, they take down the Luban number 7.
Look at that. Menglan comes in, Guy has it, right? At the moment that he procs his chain, that's the moment for everyone to jump in.
That's the point.
The cue was there.
Yeah.
As an assassin, you need to understand the cues of this thing, of this game, right?
Don't rush, be patient.
Do not rush, be patient. Then as the chain comes in, even though Wei Yan was still pretty far away from the battle.
Wei Yan trying to, do those split up push and trying to have more minion waves to farm up.
He's 1,000 gold in deficit compared to Pom Pom. He needs to have a little bit more items. He needs a little bit more time. It just seems to be the same as we saw in the first game, right? Like Foshan DRGGK just controlling the times of the game, not allowing Wei Yan to actually farm up.
Well, for DRGGK's side, they need to speed up because they all know that when the game goes to the mid game or the later game, AG's composition is going to make them much more easier to target at Menglan at this Luban number 7.
Pom Pom trying to look for the right spot to lock into Ino.
Check Bai Shou's position. Bai Shou.
He got him from behind. The kitty bombs come in. Ino trying his very best to deal some damage. He recovers some HP. But look at the rotation from Bai Shou. Amazing positioning.
Like, I spot him from the mini-map that he's already ambushing in that blue buff side. Just waiting for you to, pass me. That's what we call, prediction. Do one step earlier.
Good prediction.
2,000 gold lead goes to DRGGK, but again, DRGGK needs to speed up because they haven't taken down the mid tower yet. It's not an easy task for them to do.
I think, I believe that just in the previous game, it was just too easy of a turret. So normally just taking the turret before minute 8, before minute 9, before minute 10, it's very rare. It's extremely, extremely rare. So the fact that just in the previous game it fell in the minute 6, that's not a common. That's not a common.
Need to retreat right now. And for the previous matchup, the tower seems like made of paper. But for this matchup, made of iron, right? They're different.
Different materials.
Yeah, they all know the importance, the strategic importance provided by those middling towers. But one thing that worried me a little bit is because DRGGK really want to take down this mid tower, right? So once they just overstep a little bit or being not that careful, that's going to be a chance for AG.
Look at that. Bei Dao is going to jump in with his flash, taking him extremely low. It's going to be the kitty bombs, the one that they're going to take him down. That's going to be Musashi Miyamoto coming in, locking into Ian. It's going to be a 2-0 trade for DRGGK.
DRGGK done it for nobody just died and also take down this mid lane tower. Now this is going to be GK's time to show.
Let's go and let's see what's going to happen, because the way that Bei Dao used his flash in there, amazing, great performance. Look at that. He waits, tries to find the vision, procs his ult, bang, straight into him. Team Fun following up with the flash as well.
Actually, I know that why Bei Dao can be so aggressive, because they already spot limes on the upper side. They know you have numbers in deficit.
That's the thing, right? Like in the moment that you just give them that piece of information that you are actually on a deficit of players.
Again.
Look at that. Ino is going to fall one more time. Xiaoyin trying his very best to try to defend his players, trying to protect his teammates, but they're going to fall one more time.
GK totally control the game right now. They're unstoppable. They're onslaught. They totally tear up AG.
But look at that. At the time that everyone was fighting in here, Wang made it all the way to go and push the wave so deep in the bottom lane, trying to keep the light of hope alive for AG.
That's something we call trade. That's totally called trade because it's equal. You want the tower in the mid, I'll take the tower on the bottom. Make it even.
Lovely, good trade in there.
But still, GK is gonna be the upper hand with the Vanguard spawn in the mid, in the top, in the bottom. They're allowed to push forward.
What do you think? Are we gonna be able to see a Tempest Dragon?
Well, if AG played wise, don't commit any mistakes, that might happen. Because again, something that worried me about the composition that GK had is about when they're just being overstepped, that's going to be the chance for AG.
Look at that, Ice is going to proc his ult. They're going to take Bei Dao. Bei Dao is the one target that everyone is dealing damage on. But it's going to be Miyamoto Musashi coming in from behind. He locks in on Ino, but the damage is not enough. It's going to be a 1-0 trade for AG. This could be a good turn point.
I just like speaking to that. It's all about the position, all about the timing. You see, actually, when Pong just dive in, and that was a 1 versus 5.
Yes, it was a 1 versus 5, and it was not possible. His only goal was just to take Ino out, right?
Yeah, but the point is, AG is doing it quite smart. They just split up together, and just using those complicated landforms.
Look at Monglan, gigantic right now, 10,500 gold.
Yeah.
Compare that to the only 8,000 that Ino has.
And you can see Guy actually keep following up with Monglan. Never step away. That's what we call precious baby.
Protect the Lupin number 7.
Yeah, because he's gonna be the point. So actually, there's gonna 2 steps for AG to deal with this Lupin number 7. First, when gonna be the time for you to click that chain offered by his father? And second, how can I force out your flash? And you see Mulan already got his Pure Sky.
That's one more item that is gonna allow Monglan to play a little bit more aggressive, right? Like having that Pure Sky gives him an extra life. Did you see that?
Monglan's just being come
Where
on.
did Ice go? He was in the
on.
map and he just completely vanished.
Basically, you are so-called front line. I'm gonna just demolish it. I'm just gonna destroy you.
Yeah, that's already 11k Monglan.
Yeah. That's the goal difference, those benefits brought by those goal difference.
I hope that the teams from the other areas are watching this game, really, because Look at that. He came in full HP, disappeared.
Disappeared.
Because what Wei Yang is doing right now, it's exactly what the teams from other areas need to learn to do whenever that they are on a deficit. Stall. Stall and stall and stall. Look at that. Wei Yang is going to try to run away. It's going to be brought back by the chain. Trying to take on one person, but he's going to be surrounded by other two. Trying to stall is going to be. Look at that. Wei Yang is going to die. But look at the bottom lane. Look at where the minions from AG are already. They're not allowing DRGGK to actually jump into high ground. As long as you have your high ground, you always have an opportunity to come back. And Wei Yang right now is playing so smart.
Yeah, just clean up those minion whips to buy more time for AG. And actually, this brawl, again, Bei Dao just jumps in and being fearless. No one can block away him.
But look at that. Bei Dao is going to proc his flash, and that flash is not going to be over there for 120 seconds.
And that's one thing I want to highlight. Actually, the last team fight, Wei Yang forced out Molan's Pure Sky and also his flash. So maybe it's going to be a chance. Maybe.
Maybe. It could be. We can see Wei Yang already making the huge circle around, trying to find the right angle. It's going to be Ice. Already jumps in. Now look at that. Wei Yang is going to find the place from behind, but it's going to be stopped in place. It's going to be Musashi Miyamoto, the one that is going to stop him. A one-to-one trade. Wei Yang found the place, did not find the person.
Quite nice try, but because of the long distance, AG can't like follow up those damage out onto the target, which gonna be the Luba number 7. Molan need to be cautious, but he got like Blood Weeper, so he can use those monsters to like do those HP recovery. But like you're just gonna stand there.
I'm loving this game. Look at that. This is the way that this game should be played, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
So many back and forth. He showed up on the battlefield. That was so close.
Right now it's going to be AG trying to push it for 3.5 more minutes and try to contest that Tempest Dragon. They know that Tempest Dragon is going to be their last hope, right? Trying to push it all the way until 20. But look at that Lu Bu. Lu Bu is already like trying to stack up on some items. He's only 7,000 gold. He needs a couple minutes more, and he's going to be another force to be reckoned as well.
The first items that Ian tried to build up is all those defensive items.
Yeah.
Help him to stand longer with ice, to build up quite a strong like front lane, to create a smooth or comfortable environment for Xiaoying to do the output damage. I still want to put Xiaoying on the spotlight.
Yep.
The accuracy matters a lot.
Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. Look at that, taking Monglan to half his HP.
Quite good.
Brought back. Is that Blood Weeper, man? Is that Blood Weeper? That Blood Weeper is the one that is keeping him alive.
That's the point, Blood Weeper. You want to poke me down? You want to shut me down? Well, as long as I got this Blood Weeper, not worried about Miyamoto Musashi.
Miyamoto Musashi trying to take on Ino. He jumped in. Right now he's going to have to push back. The turret is going to fall. Eyes that procs his wild blood, trying to push them back, but it's going to be Xiaoying that's gonna disappear. Inuo's got a great angle. He's taking on 1. He's taking on 2. He is online, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that.
We'll check Wei Yang. Double kill goes to Wei Yang. A triple kill. Wei Yang just saved this team from such a huge, dangerous situation.
Amazing performance by AG, letting us know that they're still alive, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. Pompon jumps in, takes so much damage from the crystal. Then everyone breaks into 2 halves. Look at Inuo's position. He's just in a perfect angle just to deal damage. Damage was pouring in from everywhere. Now it's going to be Bei Dao trying to protect the turret. Lu Bu jumps in with his ult. It's going to be an ace. It's going to be AG, the one that's going to take this game too, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, congratulations to AG. Such a beautiful play. Such a beautiful revive.
Amazing performance. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching this game, I hope that you recorded it. And if you did not record it,
I hope that you're gonna go and look for it later, because this is the way that you play this game. That is it.
That's what we call esports. Whenever you want to suffocate me, you want to close out the game, I'm just gonna stand there by telling you it's not end yet.
It's never ended. It's not ending. Look at that. I love the way that the AG players just played this. I really hope that we're taking note on this. You can see the coaches from GK, they knew that they had this in their hands.
Yeah.
They knew it was so close.
So close.
In one play, just in one play, they jump in. They were not able just to destroy Ino, and that allowed Wei Yang just to deal so much damage. He took 3 kills on that last one.
This guy, Wei Yang, he holds such a huge burden, you see, from the middle game. He just, clean up those wastes by so many times for AG to form up. And at the last team fight, he's the one who dived in, done that triple kill, and brought the victory back to AG.
Lovely. Very well done by the boys from
Beautiful
Chengdu.
matchup.
Look at the way that the coaches are looking. It's just difficult, right? I know that just had a very good plan for this game. The plan was paying. They had total control of that second game.
That's it.
But having total control, it does not mean that it's done. Having total control just means that you have the opportunity to seal this. But if you don't seal it, it might just be for the other team. You just gave a team like Chengdu AG an opportunity, a little beacon of light at the end of the tunnel, and they just followed that beacon of light and they went through the mountain. They are on the other side and they are gonna go home with at least 1 point in what looked like a clear defeat.
And again, when you're playing, when you're engaged in such high quality matchups, you shouldn't lower your guard at any time. Any time. Even you're that close to the crystal, that's not the end. But to be honest, it's a draw, right? It's a 1-1. It's a 1-1.
I just find this amazing. Just a great performance, a beautiful game.
Beautiful.
I enjoyed it since the beginning until the end. I feel like the result at the end, 1-1, it is very fair. It is a fair result. Everyone should go home with 1 point, because the way that DRGGK came out, being aggressive, taking control of the game, should have given them the victory. But why do I say that this is fair? It is fair because Chengdu AG just showed us how you need to play in the moment that you are being put on your back foot. When you are falling down, you should not just despair. You should just try to find a solution. And the solution for them was to stall. The job that Wei Yan did, not only at the end of the game, but during those low moments where they didn't seem to be able to get any fights, just cleaning the way, pushing it, slowing down the minions. That was critical for AG to take the victory.
Yeah. The main reason why people is being so obsessed with esports matchups, maybe it's just because you should never yield. You should never give up. Once you've got a chance, you need to fight for it until the last breath, right?
Lovely. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. That's going to finish our today's matchups. We're going to have AG going home with 1 point, GK going home with 1 point. For the two of them, it is a good result as long as they're taking points with them. What about if we check on the MVP for this game, the one and only Wei Yang?
Yeah, this man did a lot of effort for his team.
Half of the victory comes from him, right? Not only the fight at the end, but everything that he did throughout the game.
Oh. This man really did a lot. Actually, we can see from those scenes, from those replays. This is a lasting fight.
Look at him. Comes in, waiting for the right moment. And then there, look at that. The fact that Ino was still alive, that is the key. The damage dealt by Ino just allows Wei Yan to come in and just use his passive. Just keep stacking it up, stacking. getting 1, 2, 3 kills. Amazing performance.
And also, GK is being a little bit rushed to that victory. But
You think so?
Yeah, they didn't notice that actually the minion waves in the mid have already been cleaned up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they just like a little bit rush to the victory.
I'm gonna agree with you on that. It looked a little bit rushed because sometimes in the game you need to rush for it, right? Like they knew that if they did not push in that exact fight, then the Tempest Dragon comes in and that was gonna be for AG. AG would have priority over that one. So probably just trying to rush it in there is what they thought it was gonna be the best decision. The coin went up in the air and then sadly for them it just fell on the side of AG.
And also you can see like the lane that Wei Yang like put so many efforts on the bottom. That lane is exactly the lane they just used this.
We were highlighting that, right? Like we were highlighting that a lot. Look at that. AG never had gold advantage whatsoever, and that's important because in not all the games you're going to have gold advantage. In not all the games you're going to be winning since minute 2, minute 3. What kind of a sport this would be if everything would be able to be oversimplified to only win during the first 2-3 minutes of the game and then you're going to have a clear victory. This wouldn't be a sport. So being able to turn things around really quickly, being able to always stay there, have ability to think on the spot about a new plan is what's going to give you the victory, and that's what Chengdu AG did today. So congratulations to Chengdu AG.
And also, it's worth mentioning that it's not the very first time they did it, right? Back to that KPL qualify, they did it again. Okay, so our interview is ready. Let's see who's going to be with us. Hello， 魏央，先来和大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是成都 AG 超玩会的魏阳。
首先恭喜你们啊，赢下了最后这一场大翻盘的胜利。想问一下，就是在最后这个大决斗的过程当中，当时队内是怎么沟通的呢？
就是说，反正肯定要打嘛，这波就打一波就结束了。
好的。So the first question was, how's the communication goes on like during that last big team fight? And we're just like, we need to fight. We just fight and we win it. All right, so simple. Okay, so the next question is, what kind of meaning did that game bring it to you, the last victory? 那你觉得在你们其实是连胜被打破之后，又完成了这样一局的大翻盘，你觉得最后一场胜利对于你们来说意味着什么呢？
就意味着还要继续努力，就是还要完善队伍各种东西吧。
So actually that also means we need to polish ourselves and try to avoid more mistakes and try to do better. All right, congratulations again for you to got the last victory. 再次恭喜你们赢下了最后这个大翻盘的胜利啊，也是非常期待你们接下来的比赛。Why this guy's being so calm?
Gotta be calm because they know they're very clear on the reality. The reality is GK was the better team today.
True.
GK was the team that took control of the game.
Fully arranged.
Took control of the plan, came in with a solid plan. AG was the team in the second match that was able to solve that equation, to solve that problem on the spot. Wang knows that if they actually want to have an option to play in the quarterfinals, to play in the semifinals, they're going to have to go back and really polish all those little mistakes.
Because you can't rely on those miracles happening every time, right?
You cannot. Group A, Wuhan Star Pro 3 points, Nanjing Hero 3 points. Chengdu AG 4 points and Scars 3 points on Group C. Group B, Shanghai ADGM, Chongqing Wolves, Impunity all 3 points. And Group D, Beijing Wave 1 XYG 3 points.
Again, we're gonna do a double round robin.
Tomorrow's match is Scars against Foshan. DRGGK is going to be the first one. Beijing Wave against FUTNOVA Esports. Chengdu AG against Red Canids Kalunga. And to finish tomorrow, we'll have Impunity against Shanghai EDGM.
So actually for some of the teams, tomorrow is going to be their last fight during the first round of the matchup, right?
Yes, exactly. It's going to be the moment where everyone is going to be able to see, like, okay, after this first week, what did we have? What are we going forward with? Today was an amazing day with great performances, an electrifying last game that completely took us to the top of the level. So I hope that everyone enjoyed. I believe that I did enjoy. Did you enjoy today?
I enjoyed the last team fight.
That last team fight was nice, right?
Wow. Yeah, I just enjoyed those miracles happening.
Seeing miraculous performances is always nice. It's always important for us to just understand what's the magic and what's the beauty about esports. For today, this is gonna be it. I am Isaac Pena, your caster.
I'm Nora, your caster.
All right, thank you very much. Have a good evening. Enjoy.
Bye-bye.